Our protagonist was born in the slums, yet standing among the elite, he became the Empire's genius. Fearless, with a determination that knows no bounds, he advanced his power through sleepless nights, honing supreme killing techniques, even replacing parts of his body with modern machinery. He doesn't care for trivial things that might slow the speed of his sword draw. All he wants is overwhelming power. Even when faced with the sacrifice of his loved ones, he remains undeterred. Okay, enough talk. Let's begin. Everything for the Empire. To eliminate any enemy who could pose a threat to the Emperor and his subjects. That is the one and only reason the Royal Guard exists. A bullet was fired only to be pierced by another. The one who fired the first shot was rewarded with a hole punched through his skull as the individual in the full-body tech suit concluded the performance. Applause roared as the machine-like individual turned and bowed gracefully before the flag of the Empire. Technology in Earth's future had advanced by leaps and bounds, but that didn't mean humanity would be saved. The depletion of resources led to endless wars, and with each passing day, Earth slowly became a dead land. Humans began building colonies on other planets, but they were ultimately blindsided by a surprise attack from a previously unknown alien civilization, and Earth was destroyed. Even so, some people survived and continued to drift through space. At the end of their long journey, they discovered a planet. With an environment similar to Earth's, humanity settled on that planet, and they named it Novost, meaning new home. They broadcast the planet's coordinates across the universe, and so the scattered remnants of humanity began to flock to the planet Novost, and together they rebuilt their civilization. The Bello Federation, home to many different alien races with humanity as its core component. The Acosta Empire, distinguished by its powerful mechanized army. The Koja Alliance, possessing monks capable of controlling psionic energy with their spiritual power. However, even the resources of Novost were limited, and so once again, a war for resource monopoly broke out. Within the Acosta Empire, at the Acosta Mechanized Laboratory, a middle-aged soldier said to the teenager beside him, "You're next, tough break. They're going to compare you," said Halid, captain of the Acosta Royal Guard. "Today is your chance to perform before His Majesty. Therefore, this is an incredibly important day for you trainees. Don't forget that." "I think it's a little early to call me unlucky," replied Luca, an Acosta Royal Guard trainee. "Luca was it," Halid advised. "If you've already psyched yourself up, then you'd better do well." "I'll keep that in mind," Luca replied. Putting on the black tech suit, Luca thought, "At the very least, I must be able to parry and dodge bullets. That is an essential skill." "To become a Royal Guard. I am a Royal Guard trainee. I have completed every dangerous situation simulation in virtual space, and I've enhanced my nervous system to heighten my spatial awareness. I just have to face 5 death row criminals using cheap mechanical tech. This won't be too hard." He drew the sword at his hip. The 5 simulated criminals with firearms charged at him. He planted his foot, using it to launch himself into the air. 10 seconds is all I need." A single slash across the leader's neck, and his head flew off before he could even react. The rest of them just stared blankly. The remaining ones surrounded him, aiming their guns at Luca. "But I have to show my skills. I must impress the Emperor. Can I do what that person before me did? I've never tried it before, but now is my only chance." The hostile glares, the clicking of gun hammers, all of it flooded Luca's senses. "If I push my senses to their limit..." A spark flared from a gun barrel. The bullet had left the chamber, but something knocked it off its path. In Luca's hand was a single sword, which he used to deflect a volley of bullets. Halid was extremely pleased with this display, and surely the Empire was too. It ended with not a single bullet reaching Luca, and at his feet lay the 5 criminals he had cleanly cut down. "I did it! I've surpassed my own limits." The sound of applause was like a guarantee that his efforts had been recognized. "This will increase my value." Seeing Luca, Halid said, "I didn't expect you to use bullet deflection. That skill hasn't been taught in your curriculum yet. Is that right?" When he heard Luca say, "I was just copying the person before me," Halid said, "He comes from a prestigious family, so he learned it early on. A far cry from an orphan like you. But I like you. I'll give you a special gift." Halid thrust his hand straight into one of Luca's eyes and ripped it out before the horrified eyes of all the trainees. Halid grew even more pleased. "You didn't even flinch." "How surprising. It seems you've been very serious about your pain tolerance training." You're the kind of trainee I like. Luca calmly replied, I'm happy to hear that. That eye was going to be replaced sooner or later anyway, but now it's broken. So I'd like to request a new eye with a ballistic prediction system. That eye was going to be replaced sooner or later anyway, but now it's broken. So I'd like to request a new eye with a ballistic prediction system. A friendly-looking teen approached to greet him. I'm Ile number 12. I came to talk to you, Luca. Number 32. Oh, sorry, did I come at a bad time? Not wanting to be rude and leave a guest outside, Luca said, Come in. Ale sat down and immediately praised him. You were truly outstanding just now. To be honest, I was very impressed, Luca said coldly. If you came here for compliments, then I'm afraid you're out of luck. The wealthy young master Luca silently sized up Ile. He exuded an aura that made it clear to anyone that he was a descendant of the prestigious Katika noble family. Logically speaking, I have no reason to act this way. Towards the son of a noble family, perhaps it's because of jealousy or envy, but let's just say it's because I'm tired. Ile offered Luca a blue pill. I brought this for you. It will help relax your nervous system and allow you to rest more effectively. At first, Luca said, I don't need it. But Ile persuaded him, in your exhausted state it will affect tomorrow's training session. You know as well as I do that you can't always rely on willpower alone. Thinking it was reasonable and seeing no reason to refuse this benefit, Luca swallowed the pill. Luca felt the pill's effect immediately, marveling, this is a world away from the cheap stuff sold on the streets. Perhaps out of respect for the pill, Luca complimented him back. You know, Ile, you're pretty skilled yourself. Ile, I was just copying you. My combat eye makes it very easy to calculate bullet trajectories. Ile nonchalantly touched his artificial eye. My combat eye makes it easy to calculate the trajectory. But even the captain seems to be very interested in you, because you're an aberrant. That's probably why he was willing to pay out of his own pocket to replace your eye. Luca said as if it were obvious, I'm just following the curriculum as if my life depends on it. Since nobles are superior to us worthless commoners, I have no other choice. Someone from the lower class like me isn't allowed to miss an opportunity to be chosen. Ile was silent for a few seconds. So you think nobles are superior? You know there are people who pass the test but get eliminated later on. Right. I bet they paid money to fake their results. Luca seemed a bit surprised. You can fake the results. I don't have proof, but it's a gut feeling. I don't have proof, but it's a gut feeling. You don't have anyone backing you, but you know how to adapt. People like you never drop out of advanced training, because you don't have the means to bribe anyone. So it's clear that you've gotten this far, solely through your true abilities. Luca thought to himself, I never expected to hear a noble admit that aristocrats can also be incompetent. I'd never even considered that possibility. What is this guy trying to tell me? Ile extended his hand toward Luca and said, I sincerely believe that people like you deserve to succeed. I support you. Hearing those words and seeing the outstretched hand, Luca was quiet for a moment. Then he decided to shake hands with the young noble. In any case, success has always been my goal, Ile. This is all for the Empire. Hearing this, a sad look appeared in Ile's eyes. This is the story of a boy, raised in the brutal Arcosian Empire as a weapon of war. The planet Novart, a planet similar to Earth. Novart is divided into 3 factions, the Balato Federation, the Arcosian Empire, and the Koza Alliance. 2 teenagers stood on the shooting range. Luca looked at the humanoid dummy in front of him. He raised his gun, took aim, and using the support of his new eye, tried firing a full magazine. When he brought the dummy closer to check the results, they were excellent. Every single shot was a fatal headshot. All headshots, and from that distance, too. It's no accident you got the highest score, huh? Ile came over impressed. All headshots, and from that distance, too. It's no accident that you got the highest score, huh? Have you gotten used to the implant in your right eye? Close combat is your specialty, yet you're also skilled with firearms. That's not fair at all, Luca said. As a royal guard, one must be proficient with all types of weapons. Besides, I don't want to hear that from someone who just stands there and puts a whole magazine into a single point. Ile laughed it off, saying, marksmanship is my specialty. Luca said, you should be competing with me for the top spot. But go on, keep that carefree attitude. I'll leave you in the dust. Ile said casually, I'd actually be very happy if you did. Like I said, I'm rooting for you. This empire needs more people like you. Nowadays, people no longer appreciate true skill and talent. Status and money are all they need to hide their incompetence. But if there were more truly talented aberrants like you, maybe people would gradually realize what true ability is. Luca, far from being pleased to hear this. On the contrary, said in a heavy tone, what you just said sounds like you're insulting the Empire's system. If I were to report those words to my superiors, not even your noble Katika status could help you. Ile just smirked confidently. If you were really going to report it, you wouldn't have said that out loud. I know you're a good person, but thanks for worrying about me anyway, Luca. Luca grumbled irritably. What a pain. Second year of training, third quarter. Luca and Ile will be the platoon leaders for this training exercise. If anyone has any objections, speak now. Otherwise, I'll continue with the briefing over here. The canyon is an illegal Koza outpost built on our territory. This training exercise will test your practical combat abilities. Take no prisoners. Kill them all. As the teenage soldiers set foot on the ground, their faces were grim. This was it, our first real battle. Hearing this, Luca was almost provoked. What's got you so worked up, Ile? We've killed people during training before, haven't we? Ile stated. But this is the first time we're facing another faction. After all, both Balato and Koza originated from the same human civilization as Exatea. Don't let stupid emotions make you drop your guard. Ile, Luca reminded him, you know the high-ranking royal guards aren't here to protect us, right? The full armored mech division. They're just here to watch, and to dispose of anyone who gets taken prisoner. I agree. The royal guard has no need for weaklings who can't fend for themselves. These other factions are just moths gnawing away at our foundations. Don't forget what we've learned. They do nothing but deceive and exploit the Empire. Ilei's mechanical eyes lit up, showing he was ready. That's what we were taught after all. The once peaceful place was now engulfed in a sea of fire. The mother and child from before were now two cold corpses on the ground. Alarms blared and sirens wailed as the teenage soldiers massacred individuals who weren't even armed. Luca thought to himself, these Koza people don't even have decent weapons. I'll finish up this training exercise in no time. Then he saw a small child huddled and trembling. The child was sobbing, calling for its mother. This was Luca's first true test. It was just a kid frozen in fear, an unarmed civilian. It would be so much easier if it were holding a gun. The more he looked at the innocent child's pitiful face, the more Luca hesitated. He cursed under his breath, but he remembered Commander Halat's order, kill them all. Don't hesitate, Luca told himself. It's just a parasite draining our resources. A sword plunged into the concrete. In the end, his blade couldn't strike the innocent. Here, Luca chose his conscience. He whispered to the child, lie down, play dead. It's the only way you'll survive. He knew he was taking a huge risk. I shouldn't be doing this. If my superiors find out I'm a dead man, it's not too late to go back and finish it. A gunshot rang out. Luca flinched and looked up to see the shooter was Ile shaking his head as if to say, not good enough. A cold sweat broke out on Luca's back. When did he get here? Did he see everything? Calm down. He won't report me for hesitating. But if one of the other cadets had seen that I would have had to thank him for this, the moment that thought crossed his mind, Ile was attacked. Ile! Luca yelled in alarm. An individual standing not far from Luca had appeared out of nowhere. The man roared, "You Axitian scum!" Luca turned to face the man. Was that explosion just now from him? What kind of weapon causes an explosion? Could it be? Unharmed. Ile charged down, intending to cut the man down. Then a brilliant light flashed in front of Ile. The resulting explosion threw him to the ground. Luca was now certain. It's Fos. There's a Fos user here. The man, absolutely furious, yelled, "This isn't a military outpost, it's just a settlement. The people you killed were just civilians trying to survive." But none of the young soldiers listened to the words of a man they considered a threat. Luca, meanwhile, was just wondering, did the captain know he would show up? If he had told us beforehand, Ile wouldn't have... I let my guard down, Luca. Sorry. Luca sighed. Listen to me, he said. Let me handle this. You just try and hang on. My hesitation put someone else in danger. I've studied various tactics for dealing with Fos users, no matter what I have to make this right. My hesitation put someone else in danger. I've studied various tactics for dealing with Fos users, no matter what I have to make this right. With that, Luca told his comrades, "Leave this one to me. The rest of you spread out and secure the outpost." The squad immediately split up to carry out their orders. "Where do you think you're going?" the man roared. Just as I suspected. He's trying to buy time for his comrades to retreat. Seeing the man's urgent actions, Luca knew his guess was right. He's stalling for his comrades. Fos requires physical movement before casting. This guy is using hand gestures. If I can just detect the minute fluctuations in the surrounding space, I'll be able to predict the location of the explosion. Luca's theory proved incredibly effective in practice. The man began to show signs that his body was under immense strain. Luca thought, I want to drag this out and wear him down, but if I keep moving at this speed, my own body will collapse first. I have to strike while I can still maintain maximum velocity. He pushed himself to go even faster. Sword in hand, Luca closed in on his enemy. The Koza man, sweat pouring down his face, couldn't dodge in time. The blade pierced straight through him. Just as Luca thought a direct hit, the Koza man's hand lit up and pressed against the side of his face. It seemed the man had used his own body to trap Luca within attack range. At this close distance, there was no escape for Luca. Just as Luca thought he was dead for sure, his opponent's voice wavered as he uttered, "It can't be. You're just a kid." Luca seized on his opponent's hesitation, forcing the blade in a long, sliding cut to finish the man off. He looked at the long, red gash on the ground beside the body. The man lay motionless. Only then could Luca finally gasp for air. He was keenly aware that if his opponent had been more decisive, he would be the one lying dead. But the Koza are supposed to be fanatics, merciless to anyone who defies them. So why did he hesitate? Move out. Do not let emotions dictate your actions in battle. Everything is for the Empire, to eliminate any foe who dares threaten the Emperor and his people. That is the sole purpose of the Royal Guard. Even if you hear the pleading screams of the unarmed, it is no reason to show mercy. Recovery room of the Axitia Protectorate. So, Luca, how does it feel to come that close to death? Luca retorted. Worry about yourself, Ilay. Don't forget you almost bought it too. Ilay laughed awkwardly, trying to be optimistic. This time they gave me some new parts. What about you, Luca? My back was completely wrecked, so they replaced my spine with titanium and added a layer of artificial skin. I guess in about 15 years, my whole body will be mechanical. So replacing a few parts now and then is no big deal, right? Ilay hesitated for a moment, then voiced his suspicion. The captain must have known one of them was using a phosphor, right? And the reason he didn't say anything was to test us, Luca acknowledged. Plus, none of the high-ranking guards intervened. They must have thought we could handle it. In any case, no one died. Ilay remained skeptical. Don't you find that odd? You and I, the cadets who took direct hits from their phosphor, both survived. To call that luck is a real stretch. That phosphor user, it must not have intended to kill us from the start. Luca truly had no counter-argument to this. He remembered the Korra man shedding tears of pity. When he realized Luca was just a boy too young to have his hands stained with blood. The memory was incredibly frustrating for Luca. But I am a warrior, a soldier. If he spared me just because I'm young, then that's his weakness. That foolish Mercy will get more of his Korra people killed in the future. I hope he's gnashing his teeth with regret in hell. As he watches me kill his comrades. Suddenly, Ilay asked Luca, why did you spare that Korra kid? Can you tell me why? Luca turned his back to Ilay and grumbled, you talk too much. They must have given you a new mouth instead of a new arm. I made a mistake, but it won't happen again. You have all completed year 2 of the training program. The 4 years of the Royal Guard set a good example for the new cadets entering. Especially Luca and Ilay, our 2 most outstanding cadets. You 2 might even become centurions in the future. Devote yourselves to the Emperor and his subjects. The 2 responded in unison. Yes, sir. Luca pondered it further. A centurion, huh? The structure of the Royal Guard is simple and streamlined. 1,000 members divided into 10 centuria, and the highest-ranking commander is the captain. This captain is also called the Chiliarch. He is also the direct commander of the 1st centuria. After speaking, the Chiliarch left. The training continued. Luca silently clenched his wrist. And for cadets like me, whose bodies have been fully mechanized, we'll be assigned to the 10th centuria, the lowest-ranked unit. Luca smirked, thinking, and if I climb to the top of that unit and become the centurion of the 10th, my future would be practically guaranteed. The 2 dueled on the platform. Ilay threw a punch which Luca simultaneously blocked and dodged. The two exchanged a series of blows, neither giving an inch. Luca silently assessed that Ile was clearly stronger after getting his new upgraded arm. But Luca used his leg. He kicked Ilei's knee, causing Ile to suddenly lose his balance. Taking advantage of Ilei's inability to regain his balance, Luca pressed the attack. Ile could only watch helplessly as Luca's fist was about to connect with his face. Luca knew his limits and stopped at just the right moment, smiling as he said, "Luca 124, Ile conceded. No matter where they were, the night sky was a vast bowl full of stars. It was still beautiful and poetic. The two youths sat gazing at the stars and talking. Ile said, "I really thought I was going to win this time." Luca pointed out, "Then what's the point of all this miserable training? If all you need to get stronger is to replace a part," Ile remarked. "It seems you've been a lot more focused since the instructor's speech. That line about becoming a centurion seems to have had a big impact on you." Luca admitted frankly, "Of course it did. Anyone with a Royal Guard record is considered elite wherever they go." Ile advised, "Your background doesn't matter anymore. You should relax a little." Luca reminded Ile, "Unlike you, I don't have a home to go back to. If I can't move up, the only way for me is down." "You're talented, Ile, but you don't seem to take this seriously at all. Why did you even join the Royal Guard?" Ile asked. "Do I really seem that way?" Ile shared, "I used to want to be a scholar, an archaeologist studying the ancient Akan civilization." Luca said casually, "If that's what you want, then just go do it." Ile said, "The Empire forbids its citizens from studying it on their own." Luca stated his view, "So you're sad because you can't pursue the career you want, crying about it is useless. In the slums, there are plenty of people who don't even know if they'll live to see tomorrow. They're just happy to have something to put in their stomachs." Ile said, "I knew you'd say that. I'm just sharing a little secret because you're my friend Luca." Luca's tone was always threatening. "Other people might see what you're saying as criticism of the Empire. If I reported you to our superiors, you'd be finished." Ile said with great confidence, "But you won't do that, just like I won't tell your secret." Luca tried to justify himself. "I only hesitated because he was a civilian. I was planning to go back and kill that kid. If you hadn't shown up, my loyalty is to the Empire and the Emperor, the ones who recognized my talent. Anyone who is an enemy of the Empire is my enemy. That includes you, Ile." But Ile still gave a faint smile. He jumped down from the steel wall and said one thing. "Liar. If you truly submitted to the Empire and weren't just loyal, then you would have killed me on the spot." Ile even advised, "Don't blame yourself too much, Luca." Watching Ilei's retreating back, Luca mumbled, "Idiot. If you keep this up, you're going to get yourself killed, you fool." Third year, live combat reconnaissance mission. Unexplored neutral zone. These are the Akan ruins. It's incredible. Hundreds of millions of years have passed, yet these structures still have traces of energy. Ilei's eyes lit up. "Isn't it amazing, Luca? Even before humanity existed, there were civilizations that traveled across the universe." Luca didn't feel like answering, thinking that guy needed to learn his place. But Luca spoke up anyway. "Don't get distracted, Ile. This reconnaissance mission is part of our training. If we run into the enemy here, we'll be in an immediate firefight." Ile, however, remained thrilled. "Relax, who cares about the ruins now? If the enemy's too strong, the high-ranking guards will step in and handle it." Luca bit his lip, trying to hold back an outburst. "God." A third person spoke up. "The present exists because of the past, and from its records we can predict the future," Royal Guard Cadet Acosta Clau Ramoth said. "If you think of it that way, it's not strange that some people are interested in history." Luca recalled that Clau was the son of a famous family, though not as prominent as the Katikas. Clau then said, "Luca, can I ask you something? I like you. Are you dating anyone?" Luca was startled and put his guard up. "Come any closer and I'll consider you an enemy." "Don't be so tense," Clau said. "If you don't have a girlfriend, I just want to introduce you to my little sister." Luca said, confused. "But I'm an orphan." Clau was very open-minded. "Orphan or noble, you'll be my superior officer one day anyway. Just think about it. She's really cute." Ile came over and teased, "Ooh, look who's so popular." Luca snapped back, "Shut up." Luca's mechanical eye sent an alert. It wasn't just his. Ilei's did too. Luca gave the order. "Life signs detected. Ilei's team provide rear support. Clau and I will attack head-on." Luca glanced forward and saw a transparent floating cube. Standing near it was a single individual. The person was in full armor, their head tilted up towards the cube. When Luca realized what it was, he cursed under his breath. "Damn it. That's a Kogya Knight. The Kogya Knight sensed their presence. Luca and the others were startled. The Kogya Knight raised a spear. A cold sweat broke out on Luca's skin as he yelled, "Run!" Luca's warning was for Clow, but it was too late. A light flashed. Before Clow could react, the spear hit him. Luca couldn't believe it. In the blink of an eye, a teammate was down. This was a harbinger of the horror of a one-sided battle. Luca's group could not win. After skewering Clow, the spear plunged into the Aiken ruins behind him. Then, as Luca watched, the Kogya Knight reached out and with supernatural power called the spear back to its hand. Luca looked down at the mangled, still-twitching body of his comrade. Just moments ago, Clow had been alive, offering to introduce his sister. Now he was dead in an instant. The spear flashed, and a moment later, Clow's entire upper body was gone. Luca silently urged, "Work, you stupid mechanical eye." But his eye kept reporting errors. I have to predict that spear's trajectory no matter what. In a situation where neither his pure senses nor his technology gave him any chance of survival, a surprise shot rang out. The Kogya Knight's armor projected a bulletproof shield. Ile and two other teammates had arrived as backup. Luca snapped out of it. "Don't just stand there frozen, we have to buy some time." With his friend Ile's arrival, Luca seemed to regain his composure. "That's right. Even if I run, I can't escape that paladin. There's only one way to survive. We have to make our stand here, until the Royal Guard gets here. If we can survive for another 10 seconds, the guards who are monitoring us will show up." No sooner said than done. Luca drew his sword, his goal to stand firm against an enemy many times stronger than himself, for as long as possible. The Kogya Knight raised its spear again. The tip appeared right before his eyes in less than a second. Luca knew all too well that saying it was one thing, but doing it was another. Though he managed to use his sword to deflect the spear's path just in time, it still destroyed his head protection. The knight flicked his wrist and the spear reversed its course. Luca couldn't react in time, to turn and block the spear or to dodge it. In that brief instant, death was closer than ever. Am I going to die? There's no way. I can hold out for that long against this monster. The stern godlike image of Halad flashed through his mind. That other cadet! You look just like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. If you just keep running like that, you'll only get shot in the back. If the enemy swings their sword, you have to swing back. There's no place for the weak in the Royal Guard. Halad's words stimulated Luca's survival instinct to its absolute limit. I have to act. Before the spear could strike, Luca did something he had thought impossible just moments before. But his enemy was more than just that. As the spear radiated energy, boom, it exploded, causing chain damage. A piece of his sword spun through the air and slammed hard into the ground. Thanks to his talent and a bit of luck, Luca survived the blow, but the damage was unavoidable. It's over. My hand is gone. But at least I blocked the spear. The next attack was coming. This time the Kogya Knight didn't use its spear but drew a sword and slashed. Luca once again displayed his incredible reflexes. He dodged. Having lost a hand, he was already powerless, but it seemed Luca had successfully evaded the attack. That was because the target of that slash was never him, but the three individuals behind him. Luca screamed, "Ile!" He now realized the knight wasn't aiming for him. Using one foot as a pivot, the knight lunged with its sword towards Luca, not giving him even half a second to compose himself. Luca gritted his teeth, pushing himself beyond his limits, using everything he had to fight the powerful enemy before him. His and the others' efforts were not in vain. A certain distance away, an individual activated their leg engines, shooting off like a rocket, heading straight for where they were needed. An Arcosian royal guard streaked like the wind through the forest towards a recruit who was struggling against a Kogya Knight. The royal guard was closing in fast. To Luca's astonishment, the guard reached out and grabbed the Kogya Knight by the head, slamming it into the ground. The guard's armor whirred as he ground the knight's head into the dirt. He pressed down hard as if to crush it. A compartment on the guard's hip armor slid open. He pulled out a gun, jammed it into the knight's chest, and fired repeatedly at point-blank range. The royal guard then raised his fist and with a single blow sent the knight and the force of the punch crashing into the ruins. Luca watched from a distance as the ruins shook, gasping with wide eyes at the fight that had just unfolded. It happened in the blink of an eye. The royal guard appeared through the dissipating smoke. Seeing that his ally was the one left standing, Luca finally let out the scream he had been holding back for what felt like an endless 10 seconds. I'm alive. But it was too soon for the Arcosian side to celebrate. When the guard turned his head, he saw the Koja Knight standing there ready for round 2. The Koja Knight was at a disadvantage, leaning on his sword to support himself. Small pieces of his helmet crumbled and fell away. From behind the royal guard's back, something was revealed. The guard drew at a weapon that resembled an axe. Luca watched as the two military symbols of opposing factions faced off. A member of the royal guard using the ultimate weapon of the Empire. The Legion armor versus a Koja paladin wielding Fao's power. The two charged ready for a decisive battle. Luca wondered who was stronger. Both sides were determined. Only one of them would be left standing. A battle between two individuals that shook the entire forest. The roar of engines, the clash of weapons. They tore at each other with incredible speed, a speed that no one present could follow. Every impact with the ground echoed. From the air to the earth, the two were locked in a stalemate. Luca stood witness to this life-or-death duel. His eyes were opened. Their blades are moving so fast my eyes can't keep up. Is this the combat level of a royal guard? Luca prayed silently. Please just let the royal guard win. The guard's axe revved its engine. The exchange ended with both of their weapons breaking. As soon as he was disarmed, the guard quickly grabbed his opponent's head, the motors in his hands revving as he unleashed a powerful force. The motors generated immense pressure on his opponent's head. With his head caught and his vision obscured, the Koja Knight manipulated his hand to use the spear that had been lying nearby. And somehow Luca was standing right next to that spear. At that moment, a thought flashed through Luca's mind. I've faced the speed and power of that spear before, but the Royal Guard doesn't even know it exists. There's almost no way he can react to it in time. Damn it. If the guard dies, I'm a goner too. I have to do something. He kicked his foot out at the spear, dislodging it from the ground. It flew, cutting Luca's leg. Now Luca could only pray, please miss, as the Royal Guard saw the light approaching him. It only grazed the back of his neck. The Koja Knight grabbed a protruding part of the guard's helmet, holding his head still so he couldn't dodge the blast of his foe's energy. Facing the light from the foe's energy, which was like a ticking time bomb, the guard raised his fist. With all his might, he delivered a decisive punch to the Koja Knight's head. A sound like an exploding bomb rang out. Luca lay gasping for air, watching the debris fly. What just happened? Who survived? If that Koja paladin won, I'm so dead. Please. The footsteps of black armor answered Luca's prayer as they approached. Good job. It's because of you, recruit, that I was able to take that knight down. You're wounded in the stomach, Luca sighed in reply. I think I got hurt dodging those stabs from the foe's spear. The Royal Guard extended a hand. I can carry you. All right, let's head back. Suddenly, Luca saw something that horrified him. The reason a complete set of power armor given by the Empire to members of the Royal Guard created by removing all weak and redundant combat mechanisms. This was a weapon made to turn its wearer into the strongest warrior on the battlefield, the iconic armor of the Royal Guard. The reason was the dream of every recruit, but reflected in Luca's eyes was the empty space where the head should have been. But the guard acted as if nothing had happened. Luca couldn't stop himself from asking, How? Your head was blown off, but you're still alive. Are you human or are you just some machine? The Royal Guard's voice was filled with confusion. My head... He reached for the place where his head should have been, only to find empty space. Stunned, he couldn't accept it. Blown off. The Royal Guard let out a long, panicked scream. Then he collapsed to his knees and fell motionless before Luca. Luca, his entire worldview shattered, couldn't accept it either. The thing I've always wanted to become was this monster. I'm so cold. My body won't stop shaking. Can I survive until reinforcements arrive? I can't believe the last thing I see before I die is... Just then a familiar voice called out, Are you still alive, Luca? It was Ile. He had only lost an arm. Compared to Luca, he was in much better shape. Feeling like he was in a dream, Luca sought confirmation. Ile, is that really you? Ile replied, Yeah, I'm still alive. Almost bought it, though. Luca asked, What about the others? Ile answered wearily, They're all dead, it's just you and me. It's... Sitting down next to his friend, Ile asked, How deep is your wound? Luca said pessimistically. Yeah, I don't think I'll last much longer. He then asked Ile, What are you going to do now? Luca was hinting to his friend, Look straight ahead. The life you want is in that direction. Ile understood but said anyway, "Isn't that the way to Koja and Balado?" Luca replied, "Yeah. What you're looking for isn't in this empire." Then he said, "Go, I'll be fine. Reinforcements will be here soon. If they find us, we'll both be taken back to the empire. Go quickly, Ile. You have to go now." Ile was silent, then quietly got to his feet. Luca tilted his head, watching his friend walk farther and farther away, Adol. Luca thought that with his skills and background he could easily succeed. Any citizen of the Empire would dream of having that position. "I really can't understand you, Ile." Luca remembered the day the two of them watched the stars together. As they talked, Luca was always observing Ile even though he didn't understand his noble friend. But there was one thing Luca was sure of. "When you told me about your dream, your eyes lit up so. I hope you get the life you've always wanted. So I hope you get the life you've always wanted. I mean that sincerely. But the person who I thought should have left came back to get a cloth to stop Luca's bleeding." Luca looked at him and asked, "What are you doing?" Ile was even in the mood to joke. "To hear you talk, I thought you were really about to die. But if you die like this, I'll never be able to forgive myself." Hearing this, Luca sighed, though it was unclear if it was from annoyance or relief. As if complaining, Luca muttered, "Seriously, are you kidding me? Sitting there reading a book titled Spaceship Infiltration?" Luca was deep in thought when Ile came up from behind and asked, "Choosing a new arm?" "If so, I recommend this one, the F-24 model. It's easy to use, will help you get back to your duties quickly, and its specs are definitely superior to your old arm." Luca put the book down and told Ile, "Don't just appear out of nowhere like that anymore." Ile scratched his head. "Did I startle you? Sorry about that. As soon as I returned safely to the Empire and finished recovering, I was immediately summoned for investigations everywhere regarding the tragic event involving a royal guard and several trainees. That day was named the Paladin COVID Encounter Incident. I thought I'd be interrogated about what happened, but surprisingly they didn't ask about it at all. Ile said, "Have you heard? They say an artifact was found in the ruins where we fought. Now everyone's discussing who its rightful owner is." Luca thought to himself, so he was really after that spinning cube. He asked, "Has anyone retrieved it yet?" Ile said, "I heard they're assembling a team of experts to handle it. If the Korra Alliance refuses to hand over the ruins and the artifact to us, we might be facing a major battle. And if that leads to an all-out war with Korra, it would be great news for the Balato Federation." Ile lowered his head and said, "We've always tried to keep the fighting localized until now, to limit the casualties, but—" Luca interrupted. "I don't care about politics, I just fight on command. That's the duty of a royal guard, a royal guard." Speaking of that title, Luca again remembered the image of the guard with his head blown off. When I reported that I had spoken with that royal guard, even after his head was blown off, the captain explained it as a hallucinatory phenomenon arising from a residual signal. But was it really due to a residual signal? As he said, the man responded to what I said even though he was clearly dead. That can't be just a hallucinatory phenomenon. Those questions remain unanswered, but I'm not stupid enough to go digging into secrets the higher-ups don't want revealed. I'm not that foolish. In the trainee training area, there's a very luxurious place completely out of sync with its surroundings. The reception room, a space for friends and family to visit. As a trainee who grew up in an orphanage, I never thought I'd have a reason to come here. So this time's visitor truly surprised me. Lillian Anjamad, the younger sister of Clow who had just passed away. What is she here for? Is she planning to hold me accountable since I was responsible for her brother when he died? Lillian, being perceptive, noticed what Luca was thinking and spoke. "I hope you don't think I came here to blame you for my brother's death. Ever since my brother decided to join the Royal Guard, our family has always been prepared for this possibility." Holding a cup of hot tea, she said, "I came here today simply because I wanted to meet you, Luca. Clow mentioned you a lot. He said you were an excellent teammate, and he once asked me if I would like to get to know you." Luca took the opportunity to say, "In that case, he must have also told you about my circumstances." Lillian calmly replied, "Yes, and I think that makes things even easier. We don't need to beat around the bush or stand on ceremony." Luca voiced his feeling. "You're talking as if you want to date me," Lillian asked. "Aren't you interested?" Luca replied, "I don't know much about you, Lillian." She then suggested, "Well then, why don't you try getting to know me?" He asked doubtfully. "But why me?" she answered. "Isn't the fact that this is what Clow wanted reason enough? I think this is a pretty good offer for you too. Everyone will be jealous of you. You'll see." Luca pondered, Right, I have no reason to refuse, a boy from a lowly background. What better opportunity is there than getting involved with a girl from a... noble family? I've gotten this far by always thinking I'd do anything to change my life. If I could be lucky enough to marry someone from a noble family and change my entire future, what could be better? And this opportunity just fell right into my lap. That's precisely why I'm even more hesitant. And so Luca decided to reject this seemingly lucrative offer. He stood up and said his goodbyes. Until recently, I still thought Ile was a fool for being born into a life of luxury only to want to leave the Empire. And yet here I am doing the exact same thing. I'm betting everything on a vague hunch. Lillian, being of noble birth, might be furious with this choice of mine. I just hope this doesn't end terribly. But Lillian reached out with both hands to grab me as I was leaving. Perhaps I was a bit too hasty, Luca, Lillian said, her cheeks flushed. So, let's be friends first, okay? Flustered, Luca said, that's not what I meant. But Lillian was too quick, not giving Luca a chance to refuse. All right, then. Then I'll come visit you again next time. See you later. Luca looked at the mechanical hand Lillian had just held. She's a hard one to shake off. At the Acosta Physical Training Center, Luca stood facing a middle-aged man. I never thought I'd see the day you'd come looking for me of your own accord, said Acosta Kinuan, a martial arts instructor for the Royal Guard. Luca stated his purpose. I came to learn a few more techniques from you. Kinuan replied, there's nothing more for you to learn about martial arts. Your skills are already exceptional. In the Guard's history, it's extremely rare for a trainee to reach your level. Luca thought to himself, which means there are still people better than me. He then said, being the best among the trainees isn't enough. But Kinuan said, there's no need to be so overly ambitious. Kinuan was a martial arts instructor who specialized in training cadets. He was strong but not as intimidating as the other instructors. Unlike the other Royal Guards, he used a standard weak cybernetic body. In terms of raw physical strength, my new arm must be 10 times stronger than that body. My only weakness is that I'm not a full cyborg yet, so my organic parts are still far too vulnerable. If I can't even win against an opponent like him, then how could I possibly face stronger foes like one of Korra's paladins? That's why I'm sincerely asking for your help, Luca said. Though Luca didn't spell it all out, Kinuan seemed to understand.
If you're going to insist...
Come at me! Luca immediately lunged forward with a charge. Kinuan deflected Luca's punch with his hand. Trying to test out that new mechanical arm, are you? He asked. Even though he's retired from the Royal Guard, I never expected these attacks to be effective. Luca attacked relentlessly while Kinuan remained on the defensive. However, if I feint while closing the distance, I can use my superior physical strength to end the fight. Luca grabbed Kinuan's sleeve, twisting the fabric to bind his arm for a moment. At the same time, he seized the opportunity to throw a powerful punch. Got him. As his student's fist drew closer, Kinuan's face remained like stone. His cybernetic eye began to glow. And then, with a movement Luca couldn't even track, he was sent flying high into the air. Luca was utterly bewildered. Why am I floating in midair like this? As he hit the ground, Luca caught himself with his hands. I have no idea what just happened, but that's not enough to take me down. Kinuan blocked the subsequent flip kick with one hand. He caught Luca's leg and flipped him upwards, sending Luca sprawling into the air once more. He ended up landing flat on his back. Luca's face was a mask of confusion. What was that? Kinuan's footsteps drew near. Not only did you underestimate your opponent, you also allowed yourself to get distracted mid-fight. What's the rush? Kinuan stood looking down at his student. What's the rush, Luca? But Luca was just stunned, asking himself, what just happened? Based on the trajectory of my first attack, my fist should have connected with Kinuan's chin. But the instant he touched my arm, Luca felt something, like it was being distorted. My body went completely out of my control. Or more accurately, the energy I'd put into the punch was reflected back, piercing my own body. What in the world did you do? It's my own personal self-defense technique, Kinuan answered. Hearing that, Luca regained his focus and turned back around. Kinuan had blood trickling from one eye, and his hand was shaking uncontrollably as he spoke. You want to learn something that would leave you in this state? Every shortcut comes with a price. Afterwards, the two sat down to talk. Luca, what did you feel and what did you learn from our match? Luca described the sensation. It felt like I was under a spell, as if I had lost all control over my own body. That is acid victim, also known as the acid tactic. Luca immediately questioned it. Wait a second, isn't that the self-defense technique used by some street thugs? But what you just used is powerful enough to be adopted by the military as a formal combat tactic. In fact, the higher-ups did consider it at one point, but it has 3 major weaknesses. Luca said, like the fact that it's difficult to learn. Kinuan praised him. You're smart. Kinuan then prompted Luca to deduce the rest. I'm guessing the resulting neurological disorder is a side effect. Precisely. And I bet you can't guess the third problem. Despite the weakness that ravaged the body from within, Luca was adamant. If it'll make me stronger, I'm willing to take the risk. Master Kinuan stood up, leaning on his knee. That's not your decision to make. Do you have any idea how much has been invested in you? But Luca started to argue, but Kinuan calmly cut him off. Answer me this. If you learn the acid tactic, you will eventually suffer from a neurological disorder. Can you guarantee that you will stop when that happens? Luca knew himself well enough. If I lie, he'll see right through it. I can't promise, but I will try. This non-committal answer seemed to satisfy Kinuan. I like that honesty. Kinuan clapped Luca on the shoulder, then suddenly swept his legs out from under him, knocking him backwards. He then walked away cheerfully, calling back, From now on, whenever you're with me, and you must always be ready to fight regardless of the situation. Luca rubbed his head. You mean? Kanoan gave me a meaningful look, telling me to get up. I like to keep things short and sweet, but Ile couldn't help but ask Luca, Have you been sleeping well lately? Luca's face was grim, dark circles under his eyes as he looked at Ile. Luca answered dismissively, I'm just busy with some things. It's been a month since I started my daily training sessions with Kanoan. If you can't even imitate it, then no amount of explanation from me will help. He doesn't teach me anything specific. He wants me to understand it myself from what I can gather. The Axis tactic is completely different from anything I've ever learned. While previous fighting techniques focused on mastering individual moves, Axis is about pushing them beyond their absolute limits. In other words, it's an advanced combat system that uses the weapons I already have to instantly build a strategy. The most effective one for that moment. It's basically a way of using your brain. Luca also asked his friend Ile how his mission was going. Ile said, Nothing special, just dealt with a malfunctioning android. Lately, all my missions have been trivial things like that. Child's play. Luca guessed the higher-ups are probably being cautious because of the Korra incident. That's probably also why we haven't seen the captain. Ile said, No, that's not it. I heard something at home. Luca added casually, If the captain is involved, it must be something big, like a rebellion. But Ile confirmed it. That's right. I don't know the details, but some group is plotting an uprising. Luca clicked his tongue in annoyance and grumbled. While we're in a cold war with Korra, someone's planning a rebellion. How ridiculous. Ile stated his view. If we keep treating things like this as a joke, the Empire will rot from within. Luca urged, agitated, Then we should crush them. Ile raised a fist as if to punch his friend into silence. Stop talking nonsense, I've warned you, Ile. I can overlook you being a dissident within the Empire, but if you become a real enemy, even I can't turn a blind eye. Ile, his face pale, said, I passed the aptitude test for the Royal Guard just like you did, Luca. I'm only saying what's necessary for the Empire. Calm down, Ile advised. Luca finally let his friend go, warning, Don't say things that can be easily misunderstood. I don't want to see your name on... Ile interrupted. I know. I won't say those things in front of others. Relax a little, Luca. Let me treat you to something good this weekend, okay? I already have plans. And stop talking to me. You're annoying. Ile asked teasingly. Plans with a girl. Making Luca lose his patience, he yelled, Get lost! The lower district of Acosta. Kanoan said, It's been a while since you've come back, huh? A place familiar to both of us since we both came from the lower class. Luca shared, The day I became a Royal Guard cadet. I swore I would never come back here again. I don't want to breathe the same air as these pathetic people. Kanoan just remarked, You really are the type to always strive for success. But even Luca didn't expect this. When you told me to set aside the weekend, I didn't think we'd be coming here. He looked at 2 thugs arguing over nothing on the side of the road and felt disgusted. The air in the lower district made his eyes sting. Geothermal energy from the magma layer beneath the capital was used to power the entire city, but the unfiltered heat and pollutants from the plants were discharged directly here. I breathed this foul air throughout my childhood. It made me feel that if I kept living here, I would just be a failure my whole life. So I had to get out of here no matter what. Damn this place. The more Luca took in this atmosphere, the more I hated where I came from. Kinoan's voice pulled me back. This way, Luca, to the black market. First time here? She asked. Yeah, I answered. When I was a kid, we'd get curious. It wasn't unusual for them to wander into the black market and just disappear for good. From his demeanor, Luca could tell that Kinoan knew this area very well. I can't believe someone with 15 years of experience in the Royal Guard knows these streets better than I do. And on top of that, he made me equip low-grade limbs for this trip. What on earth are you planning, Master? Kinoan suddenly said, Get ready, Luca. Though Luca was confused, he kept pace with Kinoan. 2 guards blocked them. Kinoan stopped. The entrance for spectators is on the main street. Kinoan then said, I'm here to see your manager. The guard asked, You know Alex? Kinoan replied innocently, Not exactly, I just want to meet him, feeling like he was being messed with. The guard pulled his gun and yelled, Look at this bastard! Kinoan just smiled. Luca understood the signal and moved to subdue the one with the gun. Luca caught this guy in a leg choke, making it hard for him to breathe. The other one was about to draw his gun to back up his partner when a warning shot was fired near his feet just as Luca took down the guard. He used the man's own gun to aim at the other one, telling him to freeze. The man had no choice but to raise his hands in surrender. Kinoan, smiling warmly to one side, said, So you get the picture now, right? I suggest you call that Alep fellow out here. Immediately, 2 guns were thrown down. Luca asked curiously, If I had been slower, what would you have done? Kinoan replied, I would have figured something else out when the time came. Luca then asked, Anyway, what the hell is this place, Barway? To which Kinoan replied that it was the hottest place in the entire empire. He smiled, looked at Luca, and mentioned the arena. In a room guarded by 2 thugs, Kinoan and the other sat across from Alep, who appeared to be the promoter of this low-class arena. Kinoan got straight to the point. I want this kid in the ring. I won't ask for a fee, and it doesn't matter. If he dies. Luca realized internally. So that's why he made me equip these weak limbs today. Alep took a final drag from his cigarette, then flicked the butt toward Kinoan. Luca reached out and caught the butt before it hit Kinoan. Seeing the movement, Alep's 2 henchmen immediately pointed their guns at them. Alep drawled, Don't get any funny ideas. We didn't bring you in here to listen to some ridiculous proposal. It's just that it's easier to get rid of the bodies in here. Luca calculated internally that he was just bluffing. If he didn't want to negotiate, he would have opened fire by now. There are 3 men in front pointing their guns at us and 2 armed gangsters at the door. First, Luca, you'll kick up the table to block the 3 men's line of sight. While they're disoriented, Luca will reach out and grab Alep. When their boss is taken hostage, the 2 henchmen will hesitate, unsure whether to shoot. Taking advantage of their hesitation, Luca will snatch Alep's gun and aim it at the 2 henchmen. You'll use only 2 precise shots to take their lives. The 2 guards outside will hear the gunshots and run in to check. By then, Luca will have already leaped up, firing 2 more shots to wipe out all the grunts. Kinoan then asked, Where is the person who held this position before? Alep said, You know Tora, he's dead. For fixing match results. Kinoan understood. So you killed Tora to take over the arena. Must be raking in the cash in a business like this, huh? Tora was a friend of mine, but I'm not going to hold that against you. Tora also killed his predecessor to get that position. That's the law of the streets. Alep cocked his gun threateningly. Who the hell are you, and how much do you know? Calmly, Kinoan let his killing intent show, making it clear to the other man who really had the upper hand here. Calm down, Alep, unless you want to follow in Tora's footsteps. This made Alep's hair stand on end. Luca knew he couldn't do anything to a man like this. Alep slumped back into his seat. Damn it. Fine. So I just have to throw that kid in the ring, is that it? Alep slightly lowered his glasses, using his mechanical eye to analyze Luca from head to toe. His limbs aren't designed for combat, and his torso is still flesh and blood. He'll be blown to bits in the first second of the match. Alep began to negotiate. I can let him fight, but what's in it for me? Kinoan said, I know where Tora hid his safe. I'm sure you have Tora's eye, right? Alep tensed up. How do you know these things? I'm starting to get real curious. Just who the hell are you? Kinoan gave a faint smile and said, I'm just a trivial ghost from the past. Alep proposed, If you want to watch the match, I'll give you a VIP seat, fine wine, and beautiful women. Kinoan replied, The wine is enough. And don't go easy on the kid. Throw him in there against one of your strongest fighters. Luca observed his master's methods and came to a conclusion. I still have so much to learn from Kinuan. He dominates his enemies and controls the entire situation without even using force. He has skills that I still lack. In the arena's locker room with the camera destroyed, Kinuan reminded him, "You have 2 hours. Use them to warm up. Remember this carefully. It's the most important part of the acid technique. A principle. Be incompatible with anything you are given." Luca replied, "I was once taught that to adapt is to fail." Kinuan used a metaphor. Water never fails. It only changes its form. You have potential. I've had my eye on you ever since you fired those shots without a trajectory prediction system. I was quite surprised when you came to me for training. You're so gifted, yet you sought me out as if you were being led by something greater. Luca was suspicious. Why all the sudden praise? Kinuan grabbed Luca's shoulder. Don't you get it? Because this moment could very well be your last. Hearing this, Luca could only manage a forced smile. The arena lights flared to life. We have a new fighter who dares to challenge Iron Fist Gabriel in his very first match. Will this kid make it back home in one piece? Let's welcome our green-as-grass rookie fighter. Good boy. Luca complained internally. What a horrible name. Seeing how green Luca looked, the audience felt this match wasn't going to be exciting. Who the hell is this chump? This guy's definitely here to die. He's gonna get torn to shreds on that floor. He's a dead man already. I'm so excited. Humanity's dark desires are satisfied by the sight of another's flesh and blood. Some kind of thrill is pushing me forward. All of them can't wait. To see my limbs broken and my face smashed in, I don't care. In fact, it's better this way. At last I can feel it clearly. I've come home. Long time no see, you bunch of losers. Let me rewind a bit to my childhood. From a young age, I never knew what a full stomach felt like. The Empire sent people to distribute food to the orphanage twice a month, but the director would hide half of it to sell in the slums. That's why we orphans. I gradually came to think that being hungry was normal. But no matter how hungry I was, I never neglected my training. I took every opportunity to read the dusty, ignored books and build my endurance with rusty weights because I was determined to train both my body and my mind. Because of this, I was seen as the weirdo among the orphans. Luca, are you an idiot? Wasting your energy on useless things will only make you hungrier. I didn't care about being isolated. The boy would just say nonchalantly, so what? If I'm hungry, I'll just take more by force. The law of the jungle. I understood perfectly how this world worked. The strong eat their fill, the weak starve. That's all there is to it. The kids who couldn't beat me could only run their mouths and taunt me. Who do you think you are? You're just a second-rate orphan like the rest of us. If you were actually any good, you would have been sent to a first-rate orphanage. But you're just a lowlife, you get it. After venting their frustrations, all those kids could do was run away. And that's exactly why I grew to despise those who don't even try. I didn't need to pay any attention to the words of those losers. At just 12 years old, I passed the second round of the selection process. My name was added to the list of candidates for the Imperial Guard, and by 15, I officially became a cadet. Do you understand? Don't you ever dream of comparing yourselves to me? I hope we never have to see each other again, you failures. I had buried my memories of this place deep down. During all my time as a cadet, I never thought I'd have to come back. But now I've returned to this low-class dump, all to find a path to even greater heights. Before me stood Gabriel, the arena's top heavyweight, hailed by the roaring crowd. What the hell is this? Why do I have to fight a little brat like this? Alex must be on some heavy drugs. Whatever, as long as I get paid in full. I silently analyzed my opponent. Gabriel, the Iron Fist. His body was a patchwork from different manufacturers, completely unbalanced. His spine was warped from supporting all that heavy metal. The connection points between the machinery and his real body were constantly inflamed. He probably couldn't sleep without painkillers. But he was strong. I had to give Gabriel that. His body was designed for killing, nothing more, nothing less. Gabriel glanced me over and asked, "You've got a nice face. Want to be my servant?" I chuckled in response. Nah. But on second thought, you're going to need a caretaker after today's match. Because I'm about to put you in the hospital. Hearing this only made Gabriel more excited. He declared, "I'm going to beat you until you're begging to be my servant." Alex, the commentator, spoke up. "This world is a cruel place. The weak die, the strong live, and this match will show us clearly whether this kid will be crushed or rise to the occasion. Let the slaughter begin." The starting bell rang out. Gabriel moved first, bringing a devastating blow down toward me. I nimbly dodged and kicked Gabriel in the face. He said, "That just tickles, kid." His body is a killing machine while my arms and legs weren't designed for combat. In other words, one hit from him and I'm dead. If I were using my usual legs, and that kick would have smashed his head like a rotten melon. I jumped back to create a safe distance. This ring is too small for me to keep dodging. Every one of his blows is lethal. Meanwhile, my attacks are almost useless, and the audience certainly isn't on my side. The proof is in their screams, "Is that brat playing hide-and-seek? Hurry up and die so I can watch the next match. Smash his skull in. Gabriel." This is all I have to face him. What on earth did Kinoan bring me here for? I remembered Kinoan's hints, which fit my situation perfectly. Wishing for something you don't have. It won't solve anything, no matter how much you beg. A gun isn't just going to fall from the sky. You have to stand up and fight with what you've got, even if it's the worst of the worst. Kinoan might have taken my arms and legs, but I still have my mechanical eye, and that means the master doesn't want me to rely on a mechanical body to beat Gabriel. Fitting. Luca murmured the two words to himself. The AC technique is about maximizing the effectiveness of what you already have. Gabriel's fist is like a giant iron cannonball. The drop of his shoulder is the trigger, his gaze is the barrel, and the length of his arm is the range. Compared to a gun, it takes longer to prepare and has a shorter range, but its path is easy to predict. From the stands, Kinoan saw Luca's breakthrough. He gave a satisfied smirk, marveling to himself. A true genius, that Luca. Using only his own strength, he's almost reached the level of AC. Go on and let your talent shine. By now, it was obvious that the more Gabriel fought, the more exhausted he became. The biased crowd started screaming insults. "Gabriel, are you trying to make a fool of yourself in front of a rookie? What are you waiting for? Kill him, you idiot." As for Luca, the more he fought, the more he unraveled his opponent's style. I'm more focused than I've ever been, so focused I can even predict Gabriel's attacks. I wonder if I can do it now. Following Kinoan's method, Luca touches his opponent's arm with one hand and sweeps Gabriel's knee with one leg. As Gabriel is stunned by the takedown, Luca hits him with a knee to the side of his face. Gabriel's massive body crashes onto the arena floor. Luca laughs, exhilarated. "This feels amazing. Is this the feeling you had, teacher, when you did the same thing to me?" Veins pop on Kinoan Gabriel's head as he grits his teeth. "I don't know what kind of magic that was, but I already told you." Gabriel throws a punch. "A weak attack like that won't work on me." Gabriel's punch is more explosive than before. Luca, more excited than ever, dodges, allowing only a small cut across his cheek. The missed punch deals no damage to his opponent. Gabriel is aware of Luca's hand on his chin, but he's grown careless and underestimated his opponent. Luca knows it and says, "You think I can't do anything with this body? Don't you? But because my robotic limbs are weak, I just need to make up for it with something else." He locks Gabriel's head while using his entire body to flip him upside down. Luca uses the momentum to twist Gabriel's neck, until his neck makes a loud cracking sound. "Here's a little bonus for you, Gabriel. An acid victim body-tossing technique. That's right. Just sit there and wait for the day I fall, because I'll keep getting back up until I can't hear your voices anymore." Luca turns his back on his defeated opponent. If this were a real battlefield where there are countless variables to consider, I probably wouldn't have been able to stay this focused. But since this is a controlled environment, I can focus so intensely that it's almost like I can see the future. Luca walks away, neither fast nor slow. I have to admit, Kinoan is an excellent teacher. Kinoan is already waiting. "Well done, good kid. Congratulations, you've officially joined Acid Victim." Luca speaks of what he just learned. It turns out that following a formula doesn't mean failure. Kinoan says, "Here, take this." At first, Luca thinks it's a credit card. "Are you giving me the prize money from the match?" Kinoan laughs. "Don't be silly. That's for Gabriel's hospital bills. Go give it to him." "We should show a little kindness, look a little sincere." Luca says coldly, "I'm trying to become a warrior, a soldier, not a philanthropist." Kinoan gently pats Luca's head. "Looks like you're still pretty naive when it comes to social relationships, Luca. The kindness I'm talking about isn't charity. It's an investment. If you gradually invest in relationships like this, there will come a time when you can use them. Today I just collected the returns on my investment in Torah. Don't forget that the ability to create a favorable environment is also one of the qualities of a great soldier." Right then, Luca realized, I was completely wrong about Kinoan. I thought he was teaching me because he recognized my talent and felt a sense of empathy since we came from similar backgrounds. He's just investing in me, waiting for the day he can collect the benefits. And he's doing it in a way I can't refuse. A person in a white lab coat examines a mechanical spine on a digital screen. This person is the doctor diagnosing Gabriel. It seems the bandwidth of this device is too limited to be compatible with your cybernetic system. Your current robotic system is too powerful. It could lead to malfunctions or paralysis. Personally, I recommend you use the Hyper Lindell Knight model from Sonic. Gabriel yells, "But that's the latest model. Where am I supposed to get the money for that? Are you trying to rip me off? Other people still use the cheap stuff and they're fine." The doctor calmly points out, "True, but they haven't undergone such extreme body modifications as you have, sir. The old models are fine as long as they're compatible." Gabriel tries to find another option. "At least give me something I can use for combat." The doctor says bluntly, "I'm afraid that's not possible. What you'd get for selling this won't even be enough to buy a set of old daily-use parts." Gabriel yells in frustration, "How much do you people think these robot parts are worth, damn it?" Luca casually walks in. "I came to see how you were doing." Gabriel is happy you're still alive and well. When Gabriel sees Luca, he looks like he's about to explode. "You bastard, you son of a bitch, I'll kill you, you hear me? I'm going to kill you." Luca leans in close to remind Gabriel, "I warned you before the match, didn't I, that I would put you in the hospital." A slip of the tongue. He suddenly realizes he let his emotions take over, remembering Kinwan's lesson. Don't forget that the ability to create a favorable environment is also one of the qualities of a great soldier. Gabriel has to swallow his anger with nowhere to direct it. Luca walks over to the doctor. "You mentioned the Hyper Lindell Knight, right?" He holds out the money Kinwan gave him. "Is this enough to pay for it?" The doctor replies, "Yes, this amount is enough," but Gabriel shouts, "Hey kid, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Luca simply replies, "Can't you see? I'm paying your hospital bill." Gabriel is confused. "But what for?" Luca says nonchalantly. "Just felt like it." Gabriel says almost mockingly, "Are you really as good as your nickname, Good Kid?" But then, Gabriel mutters the victor's compassion. At this moment, Gabriel properly asks for his opponent's name. "What's your name?" "Good Kid." Luca tells him his name. Gabriel makes an offer. "If you ever need anything in the future, come find me. You can be sure I'll pay this debt back, Luca." This feeling, it's not so bad. Luca thought a little warmth blooming in his heart. Acosta Physical Training Center. The sparring rematch between Ile and Luca. Luca now possessed a calmness much like Kinwan's. He applied the acid technique, grappling with Ile in midair. Then, before his opponent could even process what was happening, he delivered a finishing blow. Afterwards, Ile clutched his aching side. He asked, "Did you learn that acid tactic from Coach Kinwan?" Luca answered, "Yeah." Ile had the same suspicion as Luca at first. "But isn't that the kind of fighting style street thugs use? You know, like using a shard of broken glass or throwing sand in an opponent's eyes." Luca said frankly, "I found it hard to believe too. But he calls it acid." Ile lamented, "I can't imagine beating you unarmed anymore." Luca offered a little encouragement to his friend, "But you're still the only cadet who has a chance of competing with me." He thought to himself, "There's no doubt about it. My experience in the arena just now has shaken my fighting style to its core. It feels like everything I've ever learned has been refined down to this single pure drop." Luca seems to be in a good mood today, Ile thought. Feeling it was the right moment, Ile spoke up. "Hey, Luca, if you have some time, could you give me a hand with something?" Luca readily agreed. Visitation Room, Acosta, Royal Guard Academy Training Grounds. Luca was visibly losing patience. Ile avoided his friend's gaze while Lillian sat looking straight at Luca. Luca's voice was tinged with anger. Ile could only make excuses. "Sorry, Luca. My family has long-standing ties with the Yamamoto family, so it was hard for me to refuse," Lillian asked. "I've sent so many requests to see you, but why do you keep avoiding me?" Luca replied coldly. "Because I'm not interested. I was hoping you would understand." That my silence was the answer. Ile told his friend, "Luca, couldn't you be a little nicer?" Luca clenched his fist and said in a low voice, "Shut your mouth, Ile. Just bringing me here was enough to piss me off." Lillian's brow furrowed slightly as she asked, "What is it you hate about me?" Luca replied, "I don't have time for romance. Unlike you, an orphan like me can't afford to make a single mistake. Not even one. Lillian reasoned, well, isn't that all the more reason you should get closer to me? Luca decided to make things crystal clear. You obviously don't understand what I'm saying, Lillian. Relying on a noble like you to get ahead would just make me dependent on your every whim. I'll climb up on my own strength. As the atmosphere grew tense, Lillian pointed out, but you're close with Ile, and he's a noble. Luca's response was brutally blunt. I'm not close with Ile because he's from the Katika line. I'm close with him because he's my friend, a comrade I can entrust my life to. Lillian asked, aren't you going to give me a single chance? Luca calmly sipped his coffee, his resolve unshaken. I'm sorry, but no. So don't visit me anymore. Luca left without a moment's hesitation, never once looking back. Ile ran after him, calling, Luca, you didn't have to be so cold. It's the only way to make her give up, Luca said. Ile couldn't really argue with that, so he reluctantly said, yeah, but why were you so harsh as to refuse her completely? Luca voiced his discomfort. Because I don't get it. Why is she so persistent in chasing me, approaching a guy with nothing to his name just because her late brother praised him once? She must have another motive. Ile tried to persuade him. You mean you're afraid because you don't understand her? But if you just took some time to get to know her... Luca cut him off. You like her, don't you, Ile? A flustered Ile asked. Well, what makes you say that? Luca sighed. The way you look at her and how you've been fidgeting this whole time. It's all completely obvious. Luca himself was a little surprised by this unexpected side effect. Ever since I started learning acid, I've become extremely perceptive about these things. In any case, it has nothing to do with me. If you like her, stop being so wishy-washy and just go for it. Ile hesitated. I involuntarily glanced back towards the room where Lillian still was. On the table sat 3 drinks. Only Luca's was empty. I can't, Luca. In a place like an artificial lava pit, 2 individuals were present, defying the smoke and heat. Today will be a meditation session to practice keeping a calm mind under all circumstances. Master, can you tell me what you would have done if in that gangster's office a fight broke out? Ah, that's right. I did promise to tell you if you won, didn't I? The gangsters both inside and outside the office were armed and ready to fight. I couldn't think of any safe way to get out of that situation, especially without any weapons. Kinuan gave Luca an unexpected answer. If a fight had broken out, I planned to duck and hide. Luca frowned. But Alex and the other gangsters all had guns. If your first move was to hide, wouldn't you have been riddled with bullets before you could do a thing? Kinuan said, I figured you would take that opportunity to step in and help me defeat Alex and his cronies, even if it meant taking a bullet. Luca posed a hypothetical, but what if I hadn't been there? Or what if I had hidden or run away? Kinuan pointed out, weren't you planning to take Alex hostage and steal his gun? You've been trained to always take the offensive after all. I'm sure the moment you stepped inside, you had already simulated in your head how you would take them all down. But if you had done that, both you and Alex would be dead. In the lower districts, changes in leadership are common. Taking the leader hostage just gives his subordinates an excuse to kill him. But of course, if they had targeted you at that moment, I probably would have eliminated all of the gangsters right on the spot, then carried your injured self out through a secret exit. Luca's inner thought. He's not just predicting my movements. He even knows about the secret escape route. How? At my current level, I can't even begin to comprehend it. What kind of superhuman level is he on? Aces in Latin means sharp, like a sharp gaze. Aces victima is a tactic that uses all of the brain's resources to heighten perception and observation. Don't forget that. So that's how it works. Luca realizes something. So the abnormalities in his brain activity, are they a side effect of pushing his mind past its limits? But if that's the case, it means you can't use the Aces tactic while operating a legion. You truly are remarkable. I thought it would take you at least another 2 months to realize that. Once I join the Royal Guard, I'll be equipped with a Legion too. No one can operate the armor indefinitely. The Legion is the Empire's most advanced full-body mechanical armor. It requires such an extremely high bandwidth that the user must mobilize their entire brain capacity, even needing an auxiliary processor. In other words, while operating a Legion, your brain has no resources left to use Aces. Inner thought, Kinu. An knew this from the start and didn't say a thing to me. Luca gritting his teeth. If I had known I couldn't use it with the Legion, I never would have wasted my time learning it. It's all my fault for being so stupid. Seeing Luca's reaction, Kinu-an understood. So this is it then. Let's wrap this up properly. Still, Luca said, "Thank you for your time, Master." Kinu-an suggested, "If you ever change your mind, come and find me." Luca bitterly, "Damn it," at the captain's office. Has it been 3 months already? The captain of the Imperial Guard, Acosta Halatatosia, spoke. "I've been so busy going from one thing to the next, I haven't had time to check on the trainees' progress." Luca's inner thought Ile was right about the uprising. Halat then asked, "So what have you been up to all this time?" Luca replied, "I haven't been assigned any missions for a while now. So I've just been training on my own, sir," Halat informed him. "You won't have to do many more field missions. You're more than capable enough to join the main army now. Oh, by the way, I've heard you've been in frequent contact with Instructor Kinu-an." Luca tensed up. "So that's it. That's why he called me here. The higher-ups must know everything about me going to the black market in the lower district and even participating in the arena." Halat asks, "Is he helping you learn Ahti's Victima?" Luca answers grimly, "Not anymore, sir. Just a guess," Halat said. "But I'm guessing you were the one who decided to stop." Luca asked without thinking, "How did you know?" Though he asked, Luca immediately stated the reason himself. "It's because the AC's tactic can't be used simultaneously with a legion. I figured it would be useless to learn if I intend to join the guard." Halat continued, "So you realize that on your own, huh?" Kinu-an personally weeds out the trainees who aren't capable enough. As for the capable ones, they soon realize that learning ACs isn't worth it. That's why, besides Kinu-an himself, no one has ever been able to fully master AC's Victima. Then out of the blue, Halat asked, "Do you want to continue learning it? To be specific, I want you to maintain a close relationship with Kinu-an, so you will continue to learn from him. That is an order." Luca's inner thought, is the captain suspicious of Kinu-an? Why would he want a veteran monitored? Luca reasoned internally. Is the captain suspicious of Kinu-an? Inner thought. Why monitor a veteran? I can't ask questions. Access to internal information could put my life in danger. Aloud, understood. I will continue learning Aki's Victima. So Luca adopted the standard demeanor of a soldier receiving an order. Understood. I will continue learning Asia's Victima. Halat then added casually in a tone that was hard to tell if it was a warning or a sign of respect. You should know that I'm always watching you. It's people like you who are able to succeed in this world. Luca went to see Kinu-an in the lower district again. The man said, I didn't think you'd be back so soon. In any case, I did say to come find me if you changed your mind, so I won't ask any questions. Luca's inner thought. That went surprisingly well. I really thought he wouldn't accept me again. I can't believe it was this easy, Luca asked curiously. But Master, why are you in the lower district today? Kinu-an asked. Do kids still like these things nowadays? Luca answered, Of course they do, sir. When I was little, I used to stand here and drool just looking at these toys. Kinu-an gestured to the shop owner. Without even looking up, the owner said, If you're looking for something, find it yourself. I'm not helping. Kinu-an said, I'll take all the toys you have here. You deliver, don't you? The owner shot up shouting, All of them! Luca, bewildered, thought, Why toys? Later that afternoon, standing in front of Lower District Orphanage number 47, Luca couldn't help but speak up. Isn't this an orphanage? Kinu-an gave Luca the job of carrying the boxes inside. Hearing his name called, Luca looked over and saw Gabby L. struggling with 2 huge boxes. You called me all the way out here just for this. Do I look like your errand boy or something? It turned out Luca had taken the job and then called Gabby L. over to do it. Luca replied, shamelessly innocent, But you're the one who told me to call if I ever needed help, right? I don't think I could have managed without you. They don't deliver to this area. Gabriel wasn't really mad, just a little annoyed. Good grief. I thought it'd be something more serious. Like you were fighting a gang or something. Luca chuckled. If I were really in a fight, I wouldn't have time to call you, would I? Idiot. Gabriel realized Luca had a point. Looking at Gabriel's muscular yet naively honest appearance, Luca thought, he's much more stable now thanks to this new life. Looks like that money wasn't wasted. Gabriel glanced at Kinu-an and asked curiously, But hey, Luca, what's the deal with that guy? I mean, if he's such a master that even Aleph wouldn't dare mess with him, shouldn't I know who he is? Luca advised, if you want to keep your head on your shoulders, it's best not to stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Luca thought, this must be the orphanage where Kinuan grew up. Is he just doing charity here to show off how successful he is? A group of excited kids ran out thanking the handsome mister and the ugly mister. Gabriel grumbled, good grief, how can those kids say something like that? Luca noticed two children squabbling over a toy. It reminded him of his own childhood, and he came to a stark conclusion, that's just how it is. The strong get to keep what they take. Not everyone gets a fair share, so you have to learn to fight for what you want, because this world doesn't have enough resources to make everybody happy. Kinuan spoke up, calling him back. Luca, let's talk for a minute. Kinuan gestured toward a more private spot. I still visit this slum from time to time, he shared. The salary here can't be much, and yet the orphanage director looks awfully well fed. I'm guessing they're embezzling the aid supplies. Luca took the chance to ask, did you grow up here, sir? Kinuan replied, I don't even remember where I grew up. I just visit different orphanages whenever I get the chance. I might have even visited yours. This sense of normalcy made Luca think, in a place like this, even Kinuan is just an ordinary veteran, one whose nervous system can't handle being overloaded, resulting in abnormalities in his brain. An old soldier whose glory has long since faded. Maybe that'll be me in the future. Assuming I'm lucky enough to live that long, of course. Just as Luca started to let his guard down, Kinuan said, all right then, let's be direct. Who ordered you to come back and find me? It was a simple question, but it sent a chill down Luca's spine. Kinuan's eyes narrowed. Was it Captain Hollis? Faced with Kinuan's question, Luca decided to play dumb. I don't know what you're talking about. He silently told himself, don't look him in the eyes, he's too sharp. My every move could become a new clue or hint for him. How did he guess it was the captain's order? How much does he know? If something really is going on with Kinuan, something dangerous enough to make the captain wary, then Kinuan might be planning to eliminate me right here and now. Kinuan watched Luca try to relax his hands to hide his tension. If you were to attack me with everything you have, he said, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stop you without killing you. Without looking at Kinuan, Luca said, I am a soldier of the Empire. That is all I can tell you. Kinuan observed, so you're so in the dark you don't even know how to answer. He put a friendly arm around Luca's shoulder. I don't blame you. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. You're exactly the kind of soldier the Empire needs. Come to think of it, that first time you came looking for me. Do you really think you did that of your own free will? I'm sure that from the moment they saw you use guided ballistics without an auxiliary unit, your superiors started making their preparations. I'm sure that from the moment they saw you use guided ballistics without an auxiliary unit, your superiors started making their preparations. Finally, someone else like me, someone compatible with a sea victim A. You thought you sought me out to get stronger after the incident at the Covent ruins, but our meeting was arranged and, from the very beginning, by them. Luca silently reminded himself, don't let his words get to you. After facing such a powerful enemy on that recon mission, I knew I had to get stronger. That's why I looked through trainer profiles to find someone who could train me. Everything I did was my own choice, Luca replied with conviction. It was my decision. But Kinuan had already planted a seed of doubt. Luca, everyone in this world is a slave to someone else. The only difference is that some of them know it, and some don't. After saying that, he fell silent for a moment, then went back to his usual smile. But I'm sure you want to run away from that truth right now. You're still young, after all. Luca, let's head back. As for whether you report this to Captain Halad, that's up to you. Luca lowered his gaze, seemingly lost in thought over everything he'd just heard. I don't believe him. But it's true, Captain Halad did want me to continue with AC Victim A. Don't doubt the Empire, Luca. You just want to be successful, that's all. Don't get caught up in his words. Stop thinking. You're not allowed to have doubts. But if even my own ambition isn't from my own free will, then what am I? Luca truly didn't want to think about it. Later in the simulation training room, Luca sat brooding alone in a corner. There's no way I can report what happened that day to the captain. If I do, they'll check me for any rebellious thoughts. In the chaotic state I'm in now, the results would be even worse than last time. The Empire has zero tolerance for troublemakers with dangerous ideologies. Worst case, I'll be kicked out of the Royal Guard and sent to a labor camp. Kinuan must have known I would hesitate. I have to prepare thoroughly to pass the psych evaluation. Only then can I report back to the captain. But to prepare, I'll have to see that person again. A simulation training pod opens. A tired Ile steps out, steadying his breath as a water bottle is tossed to him, which he catches. Luca said, "So you really do train by yourself, huh? I might have to reconsider my opinion of you." Ile said, "Yeah, losing so horribly to you last time stung a little. Did you come all this way just to cheer me on while I train?" "What a cute surprise," Luca said coldly. "Obviously, I have another reason for being here. You once said that the great families often fix test results, right?" Ile confirmed. "Yeah, that's an open secret. But those who lack the ability will eventually get weeded out anyway. Hey, Ile, how did you manage to pass the psychological evaluation during the screening? Tell me the secret." Ile sighed first. "You do know that talking about that kind of thing, hush, could get me in trouble, right?" Luca assured him. "I've already made sure there's no one else here. And what I'm trying to do is for the good of the Empire." Ile said, "All right then. I won't ask why you need to know. As you guessed, I do have a trick." "What is it?" Seeing that Luca truly wanted to know, Ile said, "It seems I have no other choice. You have to build a false ego to present to the outside world and lock your true consciousness in your inner world as a passive observer. You have to seal away yourself to protect it. That's the way to pass the psych evaluation." Sounds like some kind of bullshit. Hearing his friend's judgment, L.A. laughed and said, "Even civilians sometimes bury memories or develop multiple personality disorder after trauma. It's similar to that. The only difference is that you do it intentionally." Luca, "It's complicated. And you're telling me it's possible?" "Damn it, you wouldn't have said it if it weren't," Ile explained. "Our brains live in illusion. If you pretend to be a loyal soldier for long enough, your surface consciousness will soon truly form the identity of a loyal soldier. For 2 months before the test, every day I started with a word of thanks. Seeing to the Emperor, I imitated my father, but what you need to be careful about is that if it goes on for too long, it will make your true self unstable. You'll start to forget who you once were." Luca was a little curious. "Where in the world did you learn this stuff?" "Anyway, if that's the trick, then I don't need to imitate anyone. I just need to act like my old self, the one who scored high on the psychological evaluation. The me before I met Ile and Kinuan." Ile didn't forget to add a reminder, "I don't know what you're planning, but be careful, Luca. Manipulating the test results on your own is a dangerous thing to do." Luca said, "I never expected to hear those words from your mouth." His cybernetic eye lit up. Damn it, perfect timing. Luca continued to spend time with Kinuan in the Undercity. "Today's training is for real, Luca. It will be a very simple exercise." This building looks pretty clean. It doesn't look like a gang hideout at all, Luca thought to himself. Kinuan is still treating me normally after what happened that day. It's as if our conversation at the orphanage never happened. That just makes me feel worse. Kinuan now said to Luca, "I'll give you 20 seconds. Take down all the gangsters inside." "Take down all the gangsters inside." Luca didn't say much, just a clear "Roger." Luca grabbed the door's control panel, smashing the lock system with one fist. A door opened, revealing several gangsters sitting inside. One of them, lying on a couch, was startled by the sound of the opening door. When he sat up and saw the intruder was just a kid, he stood up and looked Luca up and down. "Who's this brat? A customer doesn't look like it." Luca quickly assessed the situation, one idiot with a gun nice enough to come out and greet him. 3 armed gangsters, one of whom seems to be their leader. "And I can sense someone in the bathroom?" The idiot Luca had just assessed now pointed his gun at his head. "Didn't expect to have to blow a kid's brains out this early in the morning. Too bad for you." But before he could pull the trigger, Luca hit him with a punch like a cannonball. The guys playing cards stared blankly as their friend was sent flying with a single punch. The gangster Luca punched was slammed into the ceiling. He lost consciousness, dropping the gun in his hand. In just a few short seconds as the gun fell, the 3 card players reacted, drawing their heaters at the same time as Luca reached out to catch the falling gun. Once the gun was firmly in his hand, Luca fired 3 shots, disabling the weapons of the other 3 men. The leader of this group took this opportunity. He opened fire on Luca. Luca, using his cybernetic eye to analyze the bullet trajectories, dodged them all with ease. What a terrible shot. Who would have thought that people who live by violence could be so clumsy? When the other guy ran out of ammo, it was his turn to face the muzzle of Luca's gun. His life ended with a decisive bang. The guy from the bathroom hastily pulling up his pants while clumsily holding a device came out.
What the hell?
This guy, his voice sounding high as a kite, said, "What's with all the noise?" Luca pointed the gun at the junkie and threatened, "Do whatever you want unless you want me to blast those metal limbs of yours to bits." The idiot looked back at the device in his hand. After a bright flash of electricity lit up the room, he was now twitching on the ground. Whether from Luca or from self-destructing was unclear. Luca, however, was focused on the next target. There's still one more in the bathroom. Luca entered the bathroom to check, and what he saw made him furious. "Those bastards!" Inside was a helpless girl tied up. Kinuan smiles, satisfied. 12 seconds? Good job. Very good. He claps encouragingly. Luca growls, "Couldn't you have just let me slaughter them all?" Kinuan reminds him, "We're outsiders. If we interfere too much, we'll disrupt the order of this place. There are so many people in this world too weak to protect themselves. You know that better than anyone, don't you?" Luca unconsciously looks down. If that woman had been stronger, she wouldn't have had to go through something so horrible. I've had to fight and claw my way to where I am now because I never want to live like that. Normally, when I see someone like her, I'd just think they were weak for not taking advantage of the opportunities the Empire offered, but today, for some reason, I really can't stand this damned unjust society. After that, Kinu-an would occasionally take me back to the lower district. He'd throw me into fights without any explanation. Winning wasn't the objective. It was about learning to fight more efficiently. I had to learn to assess an enemy's capabilities and read the situation to determine the best course of action. And in the days that followed, all Kinu-an did was send me on training missions without another word. At a certain repair shop, a young girl, her face still bearing a childish look, was covered in machine oil. "Welcome." Kinu-an requested, "Zilda 1 black coffee for me, extra oil." Zilda asked, "And what about you, Milk Luca?" Luca replied, "I'll have a coffee too, no oil." "Thanks." Luca asked doubtfully, "Do we really need to be stopping by Zilda's workshop?" Kinu-an said, "Zilda is the girl you saved. Aren't you proud to see her working so hard?" Zilda was the woman I'd rescued from that gangster hideout not long ago. Turns out she'd been kidnapped and cruelly abused for months. But fortunately, her spirit never broke, and she somehow managed to return to a normal life. Zilda was kidnapped because of her friend. That friend had run off with the gangsters' money and came to hide at Zilda's shop. The gangsters came looking for their target and ended up taking Zilda instead. That friend is no longer alive. Zilda grew up in an orphanage. She's had a gift for mechanics since she was a child, so I sponsored her schooling. But that's a secret. She has no idea I was the one who supported her, Kinu-an revealed. The sound of a door opening, followed by a surprised exclamation, made the two of them turn. "You're here too, kid," Gabriel said. "Hey, Zilda, get me another bottle of beer, will you?" Zilda advised, "Your nervous system is a complete mess because of how terribly you treat your body. Why can't you show the little restraint?" After Zilda was rescued, Kinu-an arranged for them to meet. He had Gabriel become Zilda's bodyguard, and in turn Zilda became Gabriel's mechanic. Luca spoke up. "You should listen to your mechanic." Gabriel pouted. "It's just one beer, what's the big deal?" In the end, only 2 cups of coffee arrived. Gabriel grumbled, then whispered to Luca, "You're the one who's been causing such a stir lately, right? What are you scheming? Even the big bosses are starting to say, something has to be done about you. If they all decide to move at once, I won't be able to protect Zilda." Kinu-an told Gabriel, "You don't need to worry about that. We probably won't be coming back here."
"Oh, for a while."
A restless Zilda asked, "How long?" Kinu-an took a sip of his coffee and answered, "Could be a few months or a few years." Luca thought to himself, "We're not coming back to the lower district for that long. I can't come here on my own. The higher-ups would never let a cadet leave the training area alone. This might be the last time I ever see them." Even after everything she went through, Zilda was able to face reality and get right back to work. And Gabriel lives with an acceptance of the dangers that come with his line of work. Don't get soft, Luca. Not coming to this place anymore. Maybe that's actually for the best right now. Captain's office. That concludes my report. After listening to Luca's report, Halat mulled it over. So Instructor Kinu-an is still as mysterious as ever. He started as a cadet quite late in life. Ordinarily, he wouldn't have stood a chance, be it of becoming a royal guard. But the Empire was desperate for people back then, so we were forced to accept even less than perfect candidates. It was a chaotic time. Even I don't have a clear picture of the man Kinuan is. When I was still just a rookie, he was already a core member of the Royal Guard. I suspect most of the missions he takes are off the books. Luca was inwardly stunned. So even the captain doesn't have intel on Kinuan. Halat concluded, "Regardless, it's clear he's taken a liking to you. I've sent him many cadets over the years, but none of them ever lasted long. You're an outstanding cadet, but in these circumstances, you're easily influenced. You look like you could use a psychological evaluation. I'll schedule one for you, 1 week from now. Don't be late. That's an order," the captain said. Luca bowed his head humbly. This was something he had anticipated. Halat added, "I'll be frank with you, Luca. There are only 2 outcomes for a cadet who takes on missions like these. 1, they're eliminated, or 2, their service is recognized and they rise to the very top of the Royal Guard. I want you to be the second one." Luca stood tall, his expression unchanging as he spoke. "I will simply do my best in the role I've been assigned, sir. I believe that by completing this mission, I will earn your support." That was the answer Halat was looking for. Exactly. Bring me the results I want and I will support you. To be more specific, I will adopt you. Luca Kutozia. That has a nice ring to it. It was a complete windfall, and Luca couldn't hide his shock. Even a moment later, it still felt unreal. The captain wants to adopt me. The captain's name is Halat Kutozia. The Kutsia family is one of the most prestigious in the entire empire. Impossible. Testing robot speaking. We will now begin your psychological evaluation, Lord Luca. I detect joy in your expression. Have you received good news, Lord Luca? It's true. I can't keep the corners of my mouth from turning up. Don't mind me. Let's begin. The sound of a fist slamming into a punching bag. Ilay unleashes a flurry of punches as if trying to tear the bag to shreds. Immediately following the series of punches was a sidekick ending with an explosive power punch. Afterwards, Ilay was completely out of breath. While resting, he took out a can of oil. He sat and applied maintenance oil to his mechanical arm. Luca beside him teased, "Working out so hard your joints are wearing out. Who are you and what have you done with the real Ilay?" Ilay asked, "So you passed the psychological evaluation?" Luca said, "Yeah, and it's all thanks to you, Ilay. I don't know what you're planning, but if you need help with anything, just let me know." Ilay clearly had something on his mind, saying, "I can't tell you right now, but in a little while I'll have a favor to ask you, Luca." Luca looked at his friend silently for a moment, then said, "If you're in danger on the battlefield, I'll rush in to save you even if the chance is only 1%. Even if it costs me my life." Ilay said gratefully, "Thank you, Luca. That means a lot to me. You'll find out what I'm going to ask soon enough, though I truly hope I'm just overthinking things. It would be a lie to say I wasn't curious about what Ilay was going to ask, but I didn't let myself dwell on it. Now that I've passed the psychological evaluation and gained the Archdeacon's trust, my goal is to be accepted into the Kutsia family. And at that moment, I was determined to think of nothing else. The Atlas Herald reports, "We are currently conducting a special military operation. Our mission is to suppress the rebel forces that have risen up against the Empire. The rebel forces consist of 3 families led by House Jamad." House Jamad. The words struck Luca like a bolt of lightning. He instinctively turned to look at his friend Ilay. "Ilay, Jamad, I think I finally understand what Ilay wants to ask of me." All soldiers prepared for the rebel suppression campaign. One by one, they boarded the military transport. The engines roared to life, launching them swiftly toward their destination. "My name is Luca. From this moment on, I will be the commander of Suppression Squad 21. The soldiers assigned under Luca saluted in an orderly, solemn manner. "I can't believe they're throwing a bunch of cadets like us into this, and they even made us squad leaders. It seems the higher-ups are turning this entire rebellion into a training exercise." The squad was divided into 2 platoons with a total of 27 members. The NCO under my command is Sergeant Major Kodak. It seems they took into account that I'm a new cadet and assigned me a squad full of seasoned veterans. These veterans must also know they're being used as training tools for us cadets. And even though I'm the commander, they won't obey me easily unless I prove my capabilities. I have to take real command and show them I'm worthy of being their leader. So what should I do now? There are 2 paths I can choose. The first is to leave everything to Sergeant Major Kodak. Even if I only give vague orders, Kodak will handle everything himself. This is the common choice. But there is a second path. Luca made his decision. He declared with authority, "I am your superior officer. Therefore, I demand absolute obedience to all my commands. Anyone who disobeys will be severely punished. Luka was playing it this way to make them hate him, then he would crush them with overwhelming pressure. The veterans were visibly annoyed by the arrogance of a junior who was still wet behind the ears. Kodak wanted to offer some advice. "Commander Luka, may I have a word?" Luka grabbed the arm on his shoulder. He flung the man backwards. "You dare lay a hand on your superior officer, Sergeant Major Kodak? Do you think I'm a joke just because I'm young? I came from the lower districts just like all of you. I grew up in orphanage number 10. But do you know why our ranks are different even though I'm younger? It's because my performance record is superior to yours. You may not understand now, but you will soon enough. Because I will be a commander the likes of which you have never seen." Although Kodak was still unconvinced according to military regulations, he had no choice but to reluctantly bow his head. "My apologies. I will be more careful, Commander." After his initial show of authority, Luka turned and walked away. Luka silently noted Kodak's flexibility. That Sergeant Major Kodak is pretty sharp. He must have realized I wouldn't choose the easy path. Near the rebel fortress, at an Imperial outpost, soldiers stood in neat rows. Ale covered his face and sighed. "So you let your emotions get the better of you and picked a fight with your own soldiers," Luka said calmly. "I figured the Sergeant Major would look down on me for being young, so I made the first move." Ale said, "From their perspective, we really are just kids." Luka reasoned logically. "If I act too nice like you, I'll lose all respect from my subordinates." The lights dimmed, focusing all attention on the projection up front. Hal stood on a high platform and began to speak. "Allow me to get straight to the point. The rebels are holed up in the ruins of a fortress from the age of magical civilization. The ruins are surrounded by 2 layers of walls. The rebels have even managed to operate the fortress. A high-density dome shield is covering the entire fortress along with several turrets believed to be magic technology. They are shooting down all aircraft. There are a total of 5 turrets. Once the 11th Armored Brigade breaches the fortress and disables the turrets, the entire army will immediately lay siege. The Armored Brigade is an elite unit that uses mass-produced power armor. The Empire has invested a great deal of resources into this suppression campaign. The operation will commence at 1410 hours. That's in 1 hour and 30 minutes. Be ready." Luka and Ile met privately in a deserted alley. Luka remarked, "Looks like we're just auxiliary grunts." "Not that it's surprising, of course," Ile said. "The higher-ups don't actually want us to die." Luka joked, "At this point, what's the difference between this and a picnic?" Ile replied, "The way you talk, you sound like a warmonger." Ile really couldn't stay positive. After hesitating for a moment, just as Ile gathered the courage to speak, Luka cut in, "Is it because of House Jamad? I know you're close to them, Ile, but this isn't something we can interfere in. If you side with the traitors, not even the Kutsia name can save you." Ile knew that and didn't try to put his friend in a difficult position. "I'm not hoping for a miracle. But if you get a chance, please do what you can to save Lillian. You care about Lillian that much, enough to risk your life for her." Ale replied that she's gone. "She was just my first love." Luka criticized him. "You were trying to set me up with your first love." Ale revealed that she didn't want to marry someone of noble blood. Luka growled, advising him, "Snap out of it, pal. I usually turn a blind eye to your weird antics, but not this time. Trying to save Lillian is extremely dangerous. If you're caught, you'll be executed on the spot. Please don't do anything foolish, Ile. This isn't advice, it's a warning." Ile whispered, "I know." Perhaps this was a sign that from now on, we would go our separate ways. Luka was genuinely worried. "I can't help but notice when someone is lying. It's also because of that damn Acid Victima. That bastard is definitely planning to do everything he can to help Lillian escape if he finds her. For Ile's sake, Lillian Anjamad must die whether Ile can accept it or not. Please let her die in this chaos." That was my desperate prayer. The head and chest are the most important parts. As long as they remain intact, a royal soldier won't die if you're still breathing and blood is still flowing to your brain. The Empire can save you with cybernetic technology one way or another. Kodat stepped forward, having something to say. "Commander Luka?" Luka asked, "What is it?" "I know better than anyone." "What an outstanding soldier you are." "You see, I always research the background of my superiors thoroughly. I hope that when we go into battle, you will listen to my advice. I have dedicated myself to the Royal Army for 10 decades. While I may not be like you, I'm not incompetent either." Luka told him he didn't have to worry about that. "I always listen to advice no matter who it comes from." Kodat seemed to be at a loss for words, so he bowed his head and said, "Thank you, sir." The airship had arrived at the residence of the supposed rebels. The airship's door lowered and soldiers in heavy armor deployed. They didn't just send a few men, but an entire legion. The full-body mechanized armor of the Mermerdo Brigade. Here they are. The mass-produced full-body mechanized armor, the Mermerdo. After the brigade dealt with the turrets, it was their turn. When the fire command was given, engines roared, and the entire Mermerdo squadron took flight. They flew towards the designated target. Inside the base, there were protrusions like electrical poles maintaining the shield. The Mermerdo squadron saw this and released a barrage of small missiles from their chest armor, attacking a series of supposed weak points in the barrier. The cannons fired relentlessly as if money was no object, followed by a massive explosion. As the black smoke gradually cleared, the commander of the Mermerdo squadron made his move. This person used their engine to fly at extreme speed, holding a spear and charging straight into the protective barrier. The barrier cracked, and under the continuous concentrated bombing, it was breached. The Mermerdo had gotten inside the fortress. Now everything depended on everything. Whether they could neutralize the turrets. If they failed, we would be in a difficult position. According to calculations from the tactical computer, the turrets must be taken down within 1 minute of the Mermerdo's infiltration. If they fail to take them down, our suppression force will have to accept heavy losses and still press the attack. The turrets are down. Proceed to Phase 2. The battlefield is a dangerous place filled with injuries. But at the same time, it fills a person with adrenaline. Oh well, I'm no different. I'm just a guy looking for some pleasure and a bit of a sense of accomplishment in this godforsaken place. I probably would have gone mad by now if I didn't have that to cling to. Move out, Luca put on his helmet. All right, time to show them who we are. The strategy is for all infantry platoons to simultaneously attack the fortress from all directions. High Command wants us to cut off every escape route for those rebels. Beneath the fortress is a labyrinth of tunnels. We only know it's at least hundreds of yards deep, although we have a map of the labyrinth from a previous recon mission. The rebels have changed the layout of the passages, therefore the map will no longer be accurate. The infantry squads regrouped and entered the enemy fortress. They must have narrowed the tunnel entrances to block our full-body armor. Luca always chose to act cautiously, but when necessary he was decisive and flexible. I'll take the lead from here, despite Kodat's advice. It's too dangerous here, Commander. There's a high probability of traps or an ambush. Luca flatly stated, "Are you worried you'll be criticized if I die?" Kodat admitted honestly, yes. "And since you understand..." Luca was resolute. "I don't care what happens if I die. Kodat, you and the rest of you can get demoted or have your pay cut for all I care. I repeat, I'm taking the lead. Follow me." I have a bad feeling they're going to shoot me in the back of the head, but there's no time to worry about that. I have to do whatever it takes to find Lillian before Ile does and get her out. I'm sure that Ile entered through a different route and is somewhere in here already. If he's willing to charge in at the cost of his own platoon members, then he'll advance quickly. If I also treated my men as expendable, I could get down there faster, but I won't let these loyal soldiers die for my personal feelings, so I have no choice but to take the risk myself. Seeing something dangerous drop towards Luca's head, Kodat screamed. Luca was ready for the unexpected. He drew his sword and deflected the potential threat. I will enhance my senses, and to their absolute maximum using the acid tactic. Sight, hearing, touch, and taste. I can learn so much just from the taste of the chemicals in the air. Luca's squad was overwhelmed by his speed. I feel my heart beat faster and my blood vessels tighten. The surge of blood is carrying glucose to my brain. All the pressure on my brain is making me extremely on edge. Everything is driving me insane. Even how slow they all are. It makes me want to smash Kotis's head in. I only vaguely understood it before, but now I can truly feel it. This must be why abusing the AC tactic damages the brain. Soon enough, Luca reached the next door. The men on the other side were tense. They were nervous, not knowing who they were about to face. Luca kicked the door open, sending it flying, and one of their men with it. They could feel the dangerous aura radiating from Luca. They cocked their guns. But as the enemy's volley of bullets flew towards him with the skills he learned from Kinawan, dodging them was like swatting away buzzing flies. A few simple moves, and it was over. Then, moving at a speed no enemy could follow, Luca decapitated a man in the blink of an eye and kicked the severed head. The head flew straight into the face of a man shooting at Luca. The one who was hit turned red with fury, but before he could even vent his anger, Luca sent him to be reunited with the head. Luca paused for a split second. A large artillery shell was fired from the other side. Calmly, Luka sliced the shell in two. He was completely unharmed after the shot, and that also meant a death sentence for the one who fired it. Before the man could do anything more than show a look of pure horror, Luka finished him. In front of his squad, who had been too slow to keep up Luka's performance, terrified even the second-in-command, Kodas. Luka spoke in a stern voice. "What are you still standing there for? Listen up, Kodas, we need to move. Try to keep up." The rebels fought back relentlessly. Luka's group took cover behind a wall waiting for his order to act. Who would have thought there'd be such a vast space underground? So this is where they set up their defensive line. I've gone in pretty deep. I should catch up to the fleeing nobles. Luka sent a recon drone ahead. Through the drone's infrared camera, it fed information back to Luka. They have about 100 people at the defensive line up ahead. They don't look like combat soldiers. Lillian might be somewhere in this group. Our platoon leader is moving much faster than the other platoons. Luka replied, "Are you saying we should wait for them to catch up?" "That's a reasonable decision. It's also good timing since the ASD tactic is starting to overload my brain." Suddenly, Luka noticed something, a bright flash from behind the wall. He perked up his ears, listening to the stray bullets. That gunfire, it's not aimed at us. There's a commotion coming from behind the rebels' defensive line. Another platoon must have made it through this maze at the same time as us. There's only one other commander besides me who would be this reckless. Luka gave the order. The enemy is distracted. It's time. Let's move out. Shield bearers to the front. Form a defensive line for the squad. Commander, I don't think our shields can take more than a few more seconds of this. Wait, not yet. Luka observed the situation. I have to be wary of any weapon that can kill me in a single shot. The enemy has about 10 of those high-powered guns. I have to wait until at least half of them are reloading. Now Luka led the charge, setting an example. Once they focus their fire on me, to spread out and provide support. Watching Luka charge into the enemy line alone made Kodas's face go pale with fear. Luka, in his usual style, ignored the shots from shotguns and rifles. Light firearms can't penetrate my limbs. As he advanced, Luka calculated. First, eliminate all dangerous weapons. With his godlike marksmanship, every shot Luka fired meant a destroyed firearm on the enemy's side. They can't shoot while I'm in the middle of them like this. Luka swung his blade low, cutting at the enemy's legs. You can't stop me. Terrified by Luka, the opposing side raised their hands in surrender. Luka left the task of restraining the rebels to his second-in-command, Kodas. Then Luka stopped dead in his tracks. He saw bodies on the ground. They were our soldiers, but more importantly, they were members of Ilay's platoon. So, it's true. His platoon came in from the rear. He's recklessly attacking, wearing down his forces without even stopping to maintain formation. Is he so desperate that he's willing to throw away the lives of his subordinates for this? Damn it, Ilay! Katika! Lily Anjamad! Damn it all! The part of me loyal to the Empire and the part that wants to help Ilay. I can only choose one. Damn it, how can I possibly choose if I find Lillian? I have to kill her immediately. By doing that, yeah, I can save him before he commits treason, even if I have to endure his hatred. For now, I have to go after Ilay. With that thought, Luka ordered his second-in-command, Kodas, to gather the prisoners here. Wait for the other platoons to arrive. Once another platoon gets here, I'll leave the next course of action entirely up to you. At that moment, Kodas spoke up. You are a talented warrior. Your performance in battle today was beyond all expectations. Just as Luka thought Kodas was about to drone on with empty cliché compliments, he got straight to the point. But you made a huge mistake as a commander. If not for me, we would have suffered much greater casualties than this, and our success would have benefited you. So what is your problem? You gave no orders. You tore through the rebels' defensive line all by yourself. Luka wanted to hear him out. If I wasn't here, we would have suffered far greater casualties, and my success will benefit you. So what's your problem? Kodas said. You gave no orders. You single-handedly destroyed the rebels' defensive line. A good commander would never take that approach. Luka lost his patience, saying, I'll act on my own. You're all too weak. You can't even comprehend my instructions and strategies, let alone follow them. I can't believe you're all whining just because I didn't use you useless bunch as cannon fodder. Kodas advises, the day will come, Commander, when you'll need help from those weaker than you. You can't be the strongest forever, Luca. Given your current perspective, go ahead and laugh in my face when that time comes. Kota said I've said what I needed to. But Luca didn't forget to show his humble side. Don't worry. I'll remember this advice from my very first subordinate, if I ever realize my way is wrong. Then I'll remember your advice and find another path. How can he be so arrogant yet so fickle? Kotas complained internally, but his mouth still said, "Safe travels." Luca rushed off like the wind. A scorched wall, empty shell casings, and the corpses of nobles who had used strange firearms. Just to buy some time. The same thing must be happening on the other routes. A large number of suppression troops are surely wiping out the rebels in their own stronghold. There's something I have to admit. It might be hard to hear, but Ile was my first friend. Not just a comrade of equal rank. He was the first person I felt close to. Ile, you threw away the lives of royal soldiers for something you cared about. These men didn't have to die. What kind of platoon pursues rebels with such heavy losses? Even if you save Lillian, how do you plan to get her out of here? In the end, Lillian still has to die. I can understand having lingering feelings for some girl, but why would you choose to die with her? You're just being impulsive because you've already given up. While running, Luca suddenly stopped when he heard a voice. Among the corpses was a man, only his head intact but still alive. "I surrender, I'm from the Zamos family," Luca said coldly. "I don't care if you surrender or not. Do you know where Lillian is?" The man said, "I don't know where my family went." His eyes darted to the side, a sign of a lie. Luca pressed into the man's eye socket, making him scream. "What are you doing? I've already surrendered, stop, don't. This is your last chance. Sir, tell me where Lillian went." "Down. She went down," the man confessed. "Down. She went down," Luca repeated. "Down, but if they wanted to escape, they should be heading up to the surface. Is there another way out that leads up from here?" The man screamed, "I don't know. They never tell outsiders about family matters." Luca asked again, pushing deeper into the man's eye socket. "Did you see Ile Katika?" The man quickly confessed, "Yes, he's the one who did this to me. He's gone insane. We were acquaintances, but he wouldn't even accept our surrender." Luca then let the man go. He's going to be eliminated anyway. Being tortured would be even worse for him. I've never felt guilty about killing, but today, I feel unusually cold. The battlefield must have made me this way. The sounds of gunfire and screams grew closer. Luca whispered his friend's name. "If you've truly gone down a one-way path, I don't know what I'll do anymore." The entire time I was with Ile, I always had this uneasy feeling about something. What will I do if he betrays the Empire? The time has come. I can't delay my answer any longer. Luca released the safety on his helm, mentally prepared to face his only friend. He called out Ile's name. He called out to the person standing alone amidst a pile of our soldiers' corpses. Hearing his friend's call, Ile lowered his helmet and tilted his head slightly as if in greeting. "There you are, Luca. Ile, you really did it. You sacrificed your own subordinates for your personal gain." Luca noticed a group of people, mostly with white hair, huddled together on one side. Hugo Zamos, the head of the family, and his entire family, including Lillian. Luca gritted his teeth and roared, "All for that worthless girl!" Worthless. Ile drew the sword at his side. "I guess you won't let this go this time, will you?" "Lower your weapon, Luca." Ile's stance made it clear he would fight his friend to protect those people. This only made Luca's killing intent toward the Zamos family grow stronger. "It's time I taught you your place." The two sides were temporarily in a standoff, observing each other. Neither made the first move. But now, I have to take Ile down. Objectively speaking, I will win as long as I don't make any mistakes. But real battles have too many variables, so I can't let my guard down. Using my cybernetic eye to analyze the situation, it will be difficult to take him down quickly. The Zamos family will escape before I'm done, so I have to kill them first. I'll kill Lillian even if it makes me Ile's enemy. Ile knew. "Luca, you're planning to ignore me and attack Lillian, and aren't you?" Without another word, Ile opened fire, starting the battle. Luca rushed at full speed after the members of House Ramode. Single shots are useless against those who have been trained to predict bullet trajectories. Like us, he was only shooting to slow me down. However, for this mission, I had already enhanced the speed and bandwidth of my electronic signals. These scattered shots couldn't stop me. Two young soldiers from House Ramode stepped up to hold Luca back. Although Ilay tried to warn them not to confront him, it was too late. Before Ilay's bullet even arrived, one life had already been taken. As for Ilay's bullet, Luca blocked it with his sword and deflected it toward the remaining Ramode soldier. With the two armed personnel dealt with, only 3 defenseless members were left. The head of House Ramode shouted, "Wait!" But Luca paid him no mind. A single sword thrust went up from the man's chin, then slashed across, taking the life of Lady Ramode. Only the daughter, standing at the back, was untouched by the blade's path. Only Lillian was left. Ilay will restrain me soon, but killing her before that will be easy. Lillian Ramode, the one who approached me with kindness. As long as I have a conscience, I will never be able to forget her. But at the very least, I will give you a painless death. That is the greatest kindness I can offer you. But reflected in her eyes was an expression Luca couldn't comprehend. Was she smiling? Ilay screamed Luca's name with all his might. He finally caught up, tackling his friend with his whole body. Both of them were thrown backward, and because of that, Lillian's life was momentarily spared. She carefully glanced back and saw the two of them clashing swords. Ilay, did you see her expression just now? Her entire family was killed, and yet she was smiling. Is that so strange? She's finally free from that family. A family that only saw her as a tool for a political marriage. Hearing his friend defend his first love sent Luca into a rage. What a load of crap! Ilay grunted, clutching his stomach and trembling in pain. Stop being such an idiot. She's just a rebel. Ilay explained, Luca, you don't know anything. The families branded as rebels never actually did anything wrong. They were given that label just so they could be eliminated. If they were truly planning to rebel against the Empire, they would have used the Koga or the Bellotto, not mercenaries. Luca froze. He knew deep down that what Ilay was saying made sense. Infiltrating Fort Aiken was difficult, but everything after that went too smoothly. The scale of this uprising is too small to have been planned by 3 different families. Infiltrating Fort Aiken was difficult, but everything after that went too smoothly. The scale of this uprising is too small to have been planned by 3 different families. If they were truly plotting a rebellion, there's no reason they wouldn't have support from the Koga or the Bellotto, the very ones who want to tear this empire apart. Even though Luca realized that, so what? Even if that's true, nothing changes. At this rate, Ilay, you're just going to die along with Lillian. Lillian raised her head to look at Luca. She revealed, My father isn't entirely innocent. He failed to report finding a mystical artifact, and instead he hid it. Ilay tried to stop her, but perhaps feeling she had nothing left to lose, Lillian reached into her father's pocket and said, That's why the Empire is hunting us, for that mystical artifact. Thanks to this, we were able to activate the fortress that has been dormant for centuries. Why are you telling me this? Seeing Luca's vigilance, Lillian chose her words carefully. Luca, you didn't kill me in that final moment. And it wasn't because you felt guilty, but because you were afraid of creating a rift between you and Ilay, right? You must know that Ilay can't live the life he wants in this empire. There's a solution here that will give all of us what we want. With this, we can activate the fortress's underground teleportation device and escape from here. Lillian made an offer that was hard for Luca to refuse. Faced with her very persuasive proposal, Luca asked suspiciously about the teleportation device. Lillian confirmed, That's right. This fortress has an underground teleportation machine. They probably created it as an escape route for when the fortress was attacked. If you don't believe me, then just go ahead and kill me. I don't want to see Ilay die because of me either. But if we can activate the teleportation device with this artifact, Ilay and I can escape this empire. And you can just report that you never saw us. Luca replied, And you think the Imperial soldiers would just overlook something like that? Lillian assured him only the descendants of House Ramode know the path to that machine. Once we go deeper underground, we'll be safe. Honestly, I was swayed. It didn't matter to me whether Lillian lived or died, but I had to consider what was best for Ilay. He had always wanted to leave the Empire, and if he stayed here, he'd be executed for his rebellious thoughts. But on a battlefield like this, erasing all traces of him is easy. A simple report stating he's missing or killed in action would suffice. After calculating the odds of this plan working, Luca sheathed his sword for the time being. I saw my friend was about to say more, but I cut him off. Just be quiet. Ilay, I just need you to promise me this. If we can't find the teleportation machine Lillian mentioned, or if it doesn't work, you won't stop me again. You heard what she said, right? Lillian doesn't want you getting into trouble either. Ilay was speechless. He turned to get his first love's opinion only to see Lillian nodding in agreement with Luca, despite how agonizing it would be if that terrible scenario came to pass. Ilay bit his lip and said with difficulty, I promise, Luca. After that, the two young men worked together, escorting the girl to the escape point. At every junction, Luca would signal them to stop and check the situation. I can't believe what I'm doing. I should be stopping Alay, but now I'm escorting Lillian out of Ramont. If any soldiers see us, it'll be the end for all three of us. With a churning stomach, Luca wanted to know more about that teleportation machine again. But a gentle voice said, "Wait, Luca." Lillian was using her handkerchief to care for Ile. She said, "Let me wipe the blood off Ile's face." Seeing his pale, bloodied friend being tended to by the girl he likes, Luca sighed and suggested, "You two should get married if you're lucky enough to get out of here." Hearing this, Lillian suddenly froze, and Ile also looked over at Luca. Lillian expressed, "I'm sorry, Ile. I really didn't know that would happen." Ile said, "It's okay. After all, you're the one who showed me the world outside." Lillian asked, "Is that really okay?" Then Ile confessed, "It means more than you could ever think. You changed my entire worldview. Thanks to you, I realized the source of my own discontent and confusion. If it weren't for you, I would have lost everything. But now I know that I'm not strange for thinking this way. Just different." And from this, Luca understood. Lillian was connected to Ile's reactionary ideology. A reactionary ideology that spreads like a disease from one person to another, slowly eroding the empire from within. If thoughts like these continue to spread, the empire will collapse. Or perhaps it will just weaken and fall under an attack from Bellotto or Koza. I don't want to see the empire destroyed. I will personally kill anyone who poses a threat if necessary, even if that person is Ile. Luca clenched his fist and told himself, "I am not a traitor." Opening the door, Luca felt a quiet relief that things had gone smoothly so far. He let out a breath and said, "Finally, we can breathe." Lillian once again tried to convince me, "I told you. Only the Ramot family knows the way here. This place is too much like a maze for anyone else to find us." My father didn't report anything after receiving the rights to research these ruins. He became too ambitious after he figured out how to activate the fortress, but the Emperor knows it like the back of his hand. Luca didn't want to hear about politics. "Enough. How much further do we have to go?" Lillian replied, "Just a little further and we'll be there." "Thank you for letting us go, Luca. Thank you for letting us go." Luca said flatly, "I'm just repaying my debt to Ile. If I ever see you again, I'll kill you. And Ile, live well." Hearing his friend's sincere farewell, Ile didn't know what to say. Lillian decided to reveal, "If we escape, I'll go to the border city. If we get separated, go there, Luca. If you ever want to leave the Empire, too." Luca sharply dismissed Lillian's proposal. "I have no business out there." Only Ile remained silent, murmuring to himself, "The border city." Luca felt mentally exhausted. Maybe my decision to help Ile was a mistake. I'm being too careless right now. But I can't rest. I have to think about how I'm going to report this when this is over. Fortunately, the captain has a good impression of me, and I'm the only one who can investigate Kinwan further. Besides, Ile and Lillian are just a trainee and a noble girl. They aren't that important. In Luca's reasoning, the Empire wouldn't investigate this case too deeply. The final door was close. Luca stepped up to the control panel. He gave his friend a meaningful warning. "Get ready, Ile. If there's no teleportation machine inside, it's all over." Ile nodded in acceptance. Luca pressed the button to open the door. Suddenly, a bad feeling washed over him. Something's not right. I need to find the source of this unease. The answer must be on the other side of this door. The lights inside are on, but that's not strange. All the lights came on when the fortress was activated. If I ignore my other senses and focus only on my sense of smell, the first thing I smell is fresh blood. Next is the smell of oil and metal. The first thing I smell is fresh blood. Next is the smell of oil and metal. There's no organic body odor, which must mean, as the door opened completely, what struck Luca's eyes were the Akosian royal guards. It's over. A single royal guard without full-body mechanized armor could kill me, but there are 4 of them. In the worst-case scenario, they'll capture Lillian instead of killing her. Lillian hasn't had the same training as Alay and me, so she'll probably confess everything, if they torture her. In that case, our superiors will know everything about our reactionary actions. I thought I could help them escape and give Ile the life he wanted, but that was just a foolish dream. At this point, there's only one option. We have to kill Lillian right now. We can probably come up with an excuse our superiors will buy. even if it makes us look a little suspicious. But can Ilay keep it together if he... A royal guard noticed someone approaching and turned to look. Luca met his eyes. There was no more time. The longer we hesitate, the more suspicious we'll look. In the end, a single shot pierced the young woman's head, but the one who fired it wasn't Luca. In front of the royal guards, the trigger had been pulled, carrying the hope's blood and tears of the young woman. The one who fired the shot was the very person who had spent the entire journey by her side, putting his heart and soul into it. The royal guards just stood and watched for a moment. No one seemed to pay any mind to Lillian's body. A royal guard spoke up. "Oh, it's Luca and Ilay. I just heard a gunshot." Ilay lowered his gun, his voice devoid of any emotion. "I just executed a criminal who had outlived her usefulness." The royal guard reprimanded him. "Why did you bring a rebel this far? Instead of killing her sooner, Ilay, you will report on the events that led to this. We'll decide what to do with you later." As the guards walked past, it was Luca who was the most clearly shocked. He looked over at his friend, swallowing nervously as he watched the guards approach Ilay. A desperate, oppressive silence filled the space. Hallett praised him. "You have an impressive record, Luca. The commander of Platoon 21 gave you a glowing review. He said you have the best combat skills he's ever seen from any platoon leader or cadet. But he also noted that you lack a certain bond with your subordinates. I think that's something you could learn from Kim Nuan. The report says that instead of killing Lily, Anjamad on the spot, you brought her all the way down to the lowest basement level. Was there a specific reason? And you chose her to be your guide?" Luca had already steeled himself for this question. "Yes, sir. Ilay and I intended to seize the rebels' teleportation device to prevent their escape. We decided that Lily Anjamad was the perfect prisoner for the task, since she has no combat skills." "A very sound decision," Halad said. "I have one more question, Luca." Luca took the initiative. "Is this about my relationship with Lillian?" Halad said, "Not just you. Ilay knew her too." Hiding his trembling hands, Luca said firmly, "Ilay and I are not foolish enough to jeopardize a mission. But over something like that. You of all people should know that, sir. And to be frank, we wanted to give Lillian a glimmer of hope. We thought it was the humane thing to do. And giving her that, letting her believe she could survive if she guided us." The tension was palpable. Luca stared directly into Halat's eyes, not flinching from his sharp gaze. In the end, Halat accepted Luca's reasoning. "I understand. I imagine you're exhausted. We'll end this here." Luca finished his report and was about to leave when Halat called him back. "I was surprised to hear the Anjamads were such skilled fighters. Who would have thought that Ilay's entire platoon would be wiped out like that? There's no reason to be flustered. It's all in the report. Ilay's platoon pursued the rebels too hastily and ended up in an ambush. But why is he bringing that up now? I feel like I'll break out in a cold sweat if I lose control of my breathing for even a second." "That wouldn't have happened if I'd been there," Luca said. "Looks like I'll be at the top of the class then." Halat let him go, saying with a hidden meaning, "Let's hope so." Later on the high-speed train, I passed out on the way back to the capital. It was to be expected. For the past few days, I'd been running on pure adrenaline, and memories of that cursed event kept surfacing in my mind. Ilay, Lillian, the fortress and the mystical artifact, the teleportation device and the border city Lillian wanted to reach. But in the end, she died before she could escape the Empire, killed by the man she believed was her knight in shining armor. I couldn't look Ilay in the eye. After all, he only killed her because I was there. If I had been anywhere else, he would have undoubtedly ended up with Lillian. I feel guilty for even thinking this about them. But I achieved my own goal on that mission. My goal of saving Ilay. Yeah, great for me. Once we returned to the capital Argon, we had our equipment repaired and got some rest. Then, for our contributions to the battle, we were given an opportunity, and were awarded the Medal of Military Merit. The 7th class twin swords, to be exact. Ilay and I were the only cadets to receive it. Ilay found it all rather ironic. "Funny that I'm the one getting a medal, isn't it?" Luca said. "I never expected you to be the one to kill Lillian. I was sure you were going to attack the royal guards, even knowing you didn't stand a chance." Ilay said, "I wish it had been me instead." He added, "My family was so happy to hear about my heroic deeds, even though we've been meeting with the Anjamad clan so often." Luca advised him, "Honestly, you should get out while you still can. You're not cut out to be a soldier." Ilay had sacrificed his own platoon for personal reasons. All for love, Ile said reluctantly. I wish I could, but it's not that simple. My family will do anything to make me a royal guard. They might as well just kill me. Annoyed, Luca punched Ile in the gut. His medal fell to the ground and broke. Take back what you just said, Ile. Ile groaned. Ow, that really hurts. I think you might have damaged a few internal organs. Luca coldly said, Stop your whining. You can just replace them with robots. Ile slid down and said, On the way back, I was more filled with anger and resentment than ever before. I resented my past self for not training harder. Luca said bluntly, That won't change anything. Ile slumped to the floor. He dazedly asked his friend, Luca, what have I done? Luca couldn't give his friend an answer. Ile isn't some vicious murderer. He must have felt guilty for killing his subordinates. And on top of that, he couldn't even save Lillian. After all the chaos he's caused, this guy is bound to lose control soon, both his mind and his life. Luca looked up at the sunlit sky where all sorts of military airships were flying. Luca thought, he can't stay in this empire. In the elevator on the way down, Ile told Luca, I'm planning to take some time off to go home. We're about to start our 4th year now. Taking 2 months off is reasonable, right? Luca wanted to know what had been bothering him. I want to ask you a few things before you go. Why did Lillian smile when she saw her whole family die? Ile answered. Lillian was in an arranged marriage. Her fiancé was 30 years older than her, since the day she was born. He offered a huge dowry with one condition. When Luca curiously asked what it was, Ile explained, he sent thousands of photos and videos of his late wife and demanded her parents raise Lillian to be just like that woman, from her face to her hobbies and her mannerisms, even her name. She had no say in any of it. She must have suffered so much. She told me that's why she understood. Bella so well. Luca thought to himself, how disgusting. I guess this is what happens when dark, twisted desires meet power. Luca said, so she was being tormented from the moment she was born. Ele replied, yes, the only one who sympathized with her. Luca continued to wonder, and the reason Clau introduced her to me. Ele suddenly gave an unnatural laugh and scratched his head. That was a plan Lillian and I came up with together. We told Clau that you were the captain's bastard son, and he fell for it immediately. Luca was shocked. Why would you wait? You're saying Clau actually believed that, Ele explained. Everyone can see that the captain pays special attention to you. It also explained how you went from some kid in a small orphanage to a cadet in the Royal Guard. After all, the captain is from the Cortisol family. Clau thought that if Lillian married you and had your child, she'd be free. Luca had a headache. Are you guys serious? On the outside, he acted normal, but Luca secretly realized, Ile is my friend, but he's not a good person. He'll use and deceive you if he has to. He killed his own subordinates and lied to me. The funny thing is, I still trust him. I don't know why, but I still believe he'll be on my side. I think you need another one of these. So Luca gave his friend another friendly punch. A book snapped shut. Kinuan clapped. Look here. The war hero finally shows up. I visit Kinuan regularly, because I have to keep an eye on him. He's well aware that I'm watching him on the captain's orders. Kinuan started a conversation. I hear you were awarded a medal. The Medal of Military Merit 2nd Class. Luca said, You don't have to be that outstanding to get a 7th grade medal, sir. It's nothing compared to your brilliant achievements. Even though I had to get close to Kinuan for the mission, I didn't mind being with him. I spoke with the captain. He said you could teach me how to better lead. My subordinates. Kinuan laughed. Khalid said that, did he? He overestimates me. He asked, Are your subordinates disobedient? Luca answered honestly, Sir, they're all excellent royal soldiers. They're willing to charge to their deaths on my command, even if they don't know me well, because that means fewer losses. Kinuan instructed, Keep dreaming. The act of leading itself has exhausted your nervous system. It affects a leader's judgment. You've wasted all the necessary resources to protect your platoon. Luca reasoned, Are you saying I should just let them die, sir? Kinuan said, I don't mean you should just send them to their deaths. You have to make them act on their own. To give an example, he pressed a button. Do you remember Zilda and Gabriel from the lower class district? You saved Zilda from those gangsters and paid for Gabriel's medical treatment. The two of them would gladly help you. Luca thought, Of course they would. I saved them. Kinuan said, But that's not enough. You have to make them willing to die for you. You must spend time with them to form a deeper bond. And of course, you must also psychologically distance yourself from them. If you get too close to them, you won't be able to bear sacrificing them. I was taught to be heartless, but I don't want to be. Hearing Luca say that Kinuan didn't press the issue. I like that kindness in you. The key point is, you need to make them love you without you loving them back. That's the secret to having control in any relationship. Luca wanted to know Kinuan's solution. I have a question. What would you do, sir, if your own thoughts prevented you from sacrificing others? For example, if you felt a guilty conscience or a sense of guilt. Kinuan replied, you have to get used to those things. If you don't, you'll never be able to surpass others. Luca pushed himself up from his knees and turned away. He said, next time, I'll try to be more proactive about sacrificing my subordinates. Kinuan chuckled and muttered, what a good boy. The next day, Luca was standing at the airship landing zone. This was because Khalid had told him, Luca, I want you to go to the Kojatra Academy. He chuckled. Are you surprised? 2 months at most. So, I think it will be a good experience. Traditionally, cadets are sent in order of their ranked scores. Oh, by the way, Ile requested a leave of absence. He said he wanted to go home and rest for a while. Luca thought to himself, looks like he couldn't get over it after all. Khalid said, you've never been exposed to high society, have you? Well, that won't do. You need to know how to fit into that lifestyle if you truly want to become a member of the Kutogia clan. Luca had no reason to refuse the opportunity. In that case, I'm willing to go. Khalid was pleased. Excellent, I'll send a guide for you. I think you'll like my choice. Luca heard the wind and looked up. Before him, an airship hovered with its door open in welcome. A harsh female voice rang out, what are you standing around for? Hurry up and get in. Luca picked up his suitcase and boarded the airship. Accompanying him on the trip to the Kojatra Academy was a noble girl with long blue-black hair. Luca gave a polite military-style bow, his head slightly lowered. Royal Guard Cadet Luca reporting. The girl cut him off. There's no need to introduce yourself. I already know all about you. Luca sized up this arrogant girl. She's aggressive and smug with a body that isn't fully mechanized. I guess she's a noble woman around my age. I'm here on the captain's orders. How much farther to the Kojatra Academy and did the captain really send you to be my guide? The girl shrugged. Even if I told you, it wouldn't make the trip any shorter. Luca suppressed the urge to punch her. My God, I just want to wipe that smug look right off her face. So this is what they call nobility, huh? All right, Lady Kutogia. The young lady of the Kutogia house asked, how did you know? Luca replied. It was easy enough to figure out. Not just anyone can complain so freely about Captain Khalid's orders. The girl was skeptical that Luca had figured it out on his own. You didn't already know who I was, did you? I bet this girl is the captain's daughter. Perhaps sending his own daughter is his way of confirming he'll keep his promise. And adopt me. He silently sounded out the name Luca Kutogia and thought it had a pretty nice ring to it. The girl said, you're right. My father sent me here. My name is Video Kutogia, but don't you dare act all high and mighty with me like that. It pisses me off. Suddenly, Luca found himself appreciating the young lady from House Giamot. At least Lillian was amicable. Luca reflexively said, I'm sorry for offending, but stopped mid-sentence as a thought hit him. Wait a minute. Why should I have to grovel? I didn't endure all that hardship just to suck up to these nobles. In fact, the whole reason I agreed to go to the academy was because I don't like that lifestyle. But I think I've put up with it long enough. The captain will understand. Luca rubbed his throbbing head. Luca thought, why should I have to respect someone who's the same age as me and has no official authority? Forget it. I'd rather die in a ditch than kiss the ass of someone who hates me. Let's just focus on our mission. You lead and I'll follow. Are you satisfied now? Video trembled with anger, gripping the armrest of her seat. She really couldn't do anything to Luca. She decided to just click her tongue and treat him like he was thin air. This gave Luca a headache. It seemed the road ahead was going to be a thorny one. At the landing zone, Luca and Video got out of the sky car. Luca simply walked behind Video. Video said, follow me. I'll take you to the dormitory where you'll be staying. As they started up the stairs, Luca saw a statue of a man standing solemnly, leaning on a sword with both hands. Below it was an inscription, Emperor of Acosta, Founding Father, Protector of Humanity. All praise to him, Dino Kojatra. This was the first time Luca had seen this statue. Kojatra Academy. I've only ever seen it in videos. Luca's solemn footsteps attracted the gazes of nearby students. While everyone was murmuring about Luca being a Royal Guard, Video was briefing him. You can identify the Academy's students by the color purple, that dull purple color. Among the students, one ill-mannered boy was pushing and shoving another student. Luca witnessed this offensive behavior. He was annoyed, thinking to himself, that guy just used his robotic arm to bully someone else. Video called out, "What are you doing? Don't you have a color-changing device?" Luca said, "Cadets don't need that feature." Video couldn't believe it. "You really came completely unprepared, didn't you? The least father could have done was warn me. Why am I always the one who has to deal with this?" Luca chuckled to himself, thinking he never expected her to get so flustered just because of his uniform color. She wasn't at all like he'd first thought. Video reminded him sternly, "Look if you continue to be so indifferent to the regulations." Luca cheerfully admitted his fault. "You're right, I'm sorry." At that same moment, a young man was walking by, heard a familiar voice, and looked back. Luca glanced over when he heard his name called and saw a smiling brown-haired guy. He recognized him. "Philip, welcome. I heard Eli wasn't coming, so I thought you wouldn't either." Luca grumbled, "Oh, come on, are you kidding me?" Philip turned to ask Video, "You're Video, right? I believe we've met before. I'm Philip Eigen. I'm also a trainee at the Royal Guard in the same class as Luca. Could I talk to him for a moment?" Video sighed. "All right, let me know when you're done, Luca." Luca thought to himself, "Finally I can breathe." Philip put an arm around his shoulder and whispered to Luca, "I never expected you to be acquainted with the daughter of the Kutozia clan. I guess the rumor that the captain likes you is true," Luca continued. "I didn't expect the captain's daughter to be so hot-headed. Yeah, she looked down on me the moment we met. If this were out on the streets, I would have broken her nose. But Philip said, the captain probably wants you to get a taste of the high society life to prepare for the future. Could it be that he intends to make you his son-in-law?" Luca pushed the thought away. "That's disgusting." But Philip urged him on, "No. I'm serious. After all, you're truly living in this society now. Son-in-law, not a chance. My personality is already bad enough. If my wife also had such a terrible personality, it would never last. Anyway, the captain already made me a promise. He promised to adopt me. In return, I have to monitor Kinuan. That way I can become a member of the Kutozia clan without having to become his son-in-law." "Still not a bad approach," Philip said. Philip suddenly asked, "A very personal question?" "Oh, one last thing, have you changed that thing yet?" Luca replied, "No, not yet." "Why?" Philip placed a small box in Luca's hand. "Then take this." Luca's eyes widened in surprise. "The trainees are usually very popular with the girls. Philip also told me a few things about life in the academy. I have a feeling Philip and I will get closer." "After this is all over," Luca quietly put the small costume box away. "One of the things he said about the dorm was something like, 'This place is home to lower-class kids like me whose talents have been recognized, and also the children of fallen noble families with nowhere else to go. They're here because they can't afford to find another house.'" But this wasn't a big deal for Luca. "I guess this place has its own ladders that I'm forced to climb. Then again, if climbing to the top were too easy, it wouldn't be any fun." Luca took a look around. A robot carried Luca's luggage to the room, saying, "This is your room, sir, if you need anything else." Luca said, "No, I don't need anything. This place is just like a palace. Kids from the lower class and fallen families live here." "How? I really can't believe it. I guess it's because they're still talented kids, even if they aren't suited to be soldiers." Luca sat back on the sofa. He closed his eyes to feel it all, but from the outside it looked completely different. Earlier, when Video led him here, she said, "This is the dorm where you'll be staying. The dorm head will come and guide you after class. Also, this is my personal number. If anything happens, just call me." Seeing Video guide him so properly, Luca said, "I thought you—" Video admitted, "Well, I just can't ignore a task from my father." Luca affirmed, "I won't call you unless it's necessary." As Video left, she said, "Yes, I hope you don't call." After taking a few steps, Video seemed to remember something. She said, "Ah, and this is my first friendly warning for you. I would stay away from the dorm head." In his room, Luca could sense the steady footsteps in the hallway outside. Video's assessment. "She's the craziest person to ever show up at the academy." Luca sensed an individual standing right in front of his door. A slender hand reached out about to ring the bell, but Luca proactively opened the door first. The person Video called a psycho gave off the first impression of a shy, innocent girl. "Hello, I'm Babaya the dorm head.
And you are...
Luca scratched his head and replied, Luca, I'm a trainee of the Royal Guard. Luca's eye scanner analyzed Babaya. It's nice to meet you, Luca. Did I keep you waiting long? I came here right after class finished. Luca silently noted her old worn sleeves and collar, and the lack of a family name. It's clear she's from a lower class. So this is the psycho, she doesn't look like one at all. Video is probably just being a classist snob. Or so I thought. Besides you, Barbara, I only just got here. Barbara shyly asked, What do you want me to call you? Luca replied, Just call me Luca is fine. I'm from the lower class, after all. Barbara said breezily. All right, Luca. You're just as amazing as they say rising up from the lower class to become a royal student. And this time she's also from the lower class, you know. And you're even the dorm head. Barbara smiled charmingly at the compliment. Luca's first impression of her was good. She must have had to work just as hard as I did to get here. Come with me, Luca. I'll give you a tour of the dorms. And I'm not taking no for an answer. It's the dorm head's duty after all. Luca smirked, noticing something that made him a little hesitant. Class just ended, but she already showered before coming here. She must not have had much time, huh? Well, if she's the diligent type, I guess it makes sense. The academy's main building. This is where Luca and Giselle meet. Giselle held her chin looking at the teenager her age before her. I see you've changed to purple just as I told you to. Let's go to class. My father told me I have to go to class with you this week. I see you've changed to purple just as I told you to. Let's go to class. My father told me I have to go to class with you this week. Luca sighed to himself. I have to go to class with her all week. What a massive pain. Giselle then turned to leave, but a voice called out, making Giselle stop. The person who called her was Barbara. She said shyly, Long time no see, Giselle. Giselle, cold as ice, shooed her away. Get out of my sight, Barbara. Barbara trembled like a frightened little animal, saying, I just wanted to say hi. Giselle turned back and walked closer to Barbara. Hello, Barbara, and goodbye. Happy now? Now get lost. I have nothing more to say to you. After that, Giselle turned and walked away. Hurry up, Luca, unless you want to be late for the first class. Luca glanced back at Barbara. She had such a pathetic look on her face. Just like those failures from the slums. How could she become a dorm head with a face like that? I don't like it one bit. That sight bothered Luca. On the way to class with Giselle, it seemed she knew quite a bit about Barbara. Luca tried to start a conversation. You seem to know a lot about Barbara. Giselle replied, I only know her face. We enrolled at the same time. Luca probed, so you don't like her. Giselle was silent, not answering. Giselle calls Barbara the worst person in the academy. But Barbara just tries to cling to her. Honestly, I'm a little curious. Anyway, it's not my business. The important thing is that I'll become a noble if I can survive 2 months here. There's no need to concern myself with this, or so I thought. But after a week of boring classes, I found myself wanting to meddle in Giselle and Barbara's relationship. This sappy noble academy has nothing interesting to cure my boredom. Luca bored fiddled with a knife. Felix said he didn't want to fight because he's afraid of losing face. At this rate, my combat skills will probably get rusty. I want to fight. It's probably because of all the synthetic drugs and the body regeneration from my trainee days, and now my mind is nothing more than a weapon of war. God, I want to fight. If only anyone, would start a fight. Ask and you shall receive. Someone actually came looking for trouble with Luca. Hey, you royal student. Luca stopped throwing his knife. He turned his head toward the voice. It was a young man with no combat prowess. He stammered, You've been sticking to Giselle all week. What is your relationship with her, huh? Luca replied, I don't see why I have to answer that. Why are you in love with her or something? Seeing the boy's face immediately turn red, Luca was secretly surprised. Seriously, this guy is in love with Giselle Guise. Come on. What's so great about that kid anyway? Geez, come on, what's so great about that kid anyway? Hearing Luca mock his crush, the boy got angry and tried to punch him. Luca reacted instantly. How could a normal person compare to a trained individual like Luca? He effortlessly subdued the other boy. Luca sighed with disappointment. You were going to take your anger out on a small fry like this. How ridiculous, Luca thought. After calming down, the boy wiped away his tears and asked, Ahem, so does that mean you and Vito aren't a thing? Luca replied, That's right. Now let me ask you something. The boy shot back, And why should I answer you? Luca's emotions flared. Should I punch this guy or just let it go? He thought. Luca softened his approach. I'll put in a good word for you with Vito. Now tell me, why is she so hostile towards Barbara? The boy hesitated before revealing, she wasn't always like that. Not until that witch cursed her. Barbara, anyone who gets close to her inevitably gets caught up in an android attack. And I'm talking about the AI androids, the ones that are famous for almost never going haywire. That's why we called it Barbara's curse. Luca stated his opinion. I agree. Statistically speaking, it's strange that so many incidents would happen around one person. But still, it's not Barbara's fault. The boy added, that's what's so irritating about her. She knows damn well that bad things happen to anyone who gets close to her, but she still tries to make friends. Isn't that weird? So everyone treats her like trash. For example, they made her the dorm head, even though there's no merit in it. Luca clenched his fist. So it wasn't because they recognized her talent that she was made dorm head, the boy pointed. Oh, look, it's happening right now. A bucket of water was dumped all over Barbara, drenching her. A group of mean girls feigned shock. Oh dear, I'm so clumsy I'll wash your clothes for you, so just take them off, right here. The innocent Barbara asked, right, here. It's all right, I'll go get changed, she said as the leader of the group sneered. Oh, did I hear that right, girls? Did little Barbara just refuse my kindness? Now give me your clothes. I'll wash them good as new for you. Weak and helpless, Barbara trembled, her hand slowly reaching for the bow on her collar. Luca watched the scene unfold from a short distance away, and it really pissed him off. So that's what this is. Something like this. Must have happened on the day I arrived, too. That's why she was in such a rush to shower. You're lucky, Barbara. Lucky for you, I have no patience for this kind of crap right now, Luca thought. A thrown knife whizzed past the lead bully's face. Luca ordered, stop screaming and get lost. The girl shrieked. Do you realize what you've done? Luca cut her off, warning. I'm not afraid to hit a girl. I will punch every single one of you right in the face. With that, he chased the group of bullies away. Barbara blushed grateful to Luca. Outwardly, Luca smiled as if it were nothing, but inside he was a little worried. Am I going to get attacked by an android now? The next scene shows Luca standing with the boy who was panting as if he'd just run for his life. Of all people, it had to be Calissa Cano. You just picked a fight with the wrong person, Luca. Meanwhile, as Barbara was thanking Luca, the boy grabbed her and dragged her away. So that was the important thing he wanted to tell me, Luca thought. He said calmly, I know who she is. She's from a family with no power, so don't worry, that powerlessness is just a front. That filthy Kano family. They run a gang into the lower district and make their money through illegal means. The boy said, worried for Luca. They're probably already looking into you, Luca said nonchalantly. I certainly hope so. I'm bored to death, he added. The boy pleaded, just be careful, will you? Calissa is famous for her over-the-top revenge. That's why she bullies Barbara so much. It all started when her boyfriend fell victim to Barbara's curse. Luca said, I remember that incident. Just then, there was a clicking sound from nearby. The two boys turned to see Vito standing there looking annoyed. Luca said to the other boy, aren't you going to say hi to Vito? I thought you liked her. Seeing his crush, the boy's heart felt like it was about to explode. For now, I'm fine with just admiring her from a distance. But remember to put in a good word for me. Goodbye. Watching the boy dash off, Vito remarked, looks like you made a friend. Luca replied, oh, yeah, I guess so. His name is Enrico Gen. He's a good, friendly kid. Vito said, looking uncomfortable. Is that so? Honestly, I get a bad feeling from him. He's always lurking around me. Sorry, Enrico, Luca thought. I don't think you stand a chance. In the halls of the Kijaja Academy, in Professor Guy Alburn's office. Luca, you threw a knife at another student. Even if it was just a pocket knife, you can't go around making a scene like that. I understand this place can be stifling for you, but please try to restrain yourself. Luca stood at attention. Yes, sir, he said, thinking to himself. As a former royal guard, I figured he'd let me off the hook. The professor continued, you're like a wolf among sheep. The children here don't know how to fight, you know that. Professor Guy repeated, you're like a wolf among a flock of sheep. The children here don't know how to fight, and you know it. Luca retorted, but they all act as if my fangs can't hurt them. Professor Guy laughed. Now I see why Hallard is so fond of you. But in the end, it's the high-ranking officials from this academy who control soldiers like us with a snap of their fingers. All the students here may seem naive compared to you, but some of them are monsters in sheep's clothing. Monsters far more fearsome than any wolf. I like your youthful enthusiasm, but be careful and stay away from those monsters. With that said, he handed it back to Luca. He accepted the professor's advice. I'll etch it into my mind, Luca thought, turning to leave the professor's room. What I'm chasing now isn't a monster, but a witch's curse. Behind the gym, Luca wandered alone. It was already past the dorm's curfew, and everyone knows I saved Barbara. If the rumors are true, the rampaging androids should be coming for me soon. But the one who found Luca wasn't an android, but a few students. You're Luca, right? Luca sighed internally. Just some no-name punks. He asked, do you need something from me? The other guy said, Kalesa sent us to give you her regards. An eye for an eye is the golden rule of the Kano family. You see, there's no way you would just let it slide, after being beaten up by some forgettable students, right? Especially not a distinguished royal guard like yourself. The guys from House Kano chuckled with glee. Meanwhile, Luca thought with annoyance, how boring! Do they really think they can land a single punch on me? The other guy said, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel and apologize to Kalesa. She said she'll let you off easy if you do. Luca retorted, I'll give you one last chance to leave here in one piece, because I really don't think I'll lose to some rookies who've never even stared death in the face on a battlefield. The other guy got heated. You think you're so tough, huh? He activated his mechanical arm and leg, winding up for a punch. Let's see. Luca clicked his tongue and thought, Shh, his mechanized suit is too powerful for him to handle. The guy was just about to throw the punch. But suddenly there was a strange noise. It made everyone present stop and turn towards the sound. A bright red light appeared from behind the bushes, and a lone android clanked out. The android asked, Do you require assistance? The guy exclaimed, I thought you said this wouldn't happen. They're not supposed to be on patrol at this hour. His accomplice insisted, I'm sure of it. There shouldn't be any androids here. The first guy fumed, Then what is that Tin Man doing here? Listen here, student, this isn't over. We'll settle this score next time. Luca paid him no mind. The two House Kano members grumbled, What are you guys thinking? We're not going to fight in front of an android. Let's go. What a damn party pooper, that Tin Man. Luca just quietly observed the android as it continued to ask if anyone needed help. One of the Kano members lost his patience and kicked the android. Get lost, you stupid hunk of junk. The android mumbled, It cannot be. Everyone present could clearly see the android showing signs of a short circuit. Its eyes glowed with a deadly red light. In an instant, it knocked the head clean off the guy who had just kicked it. A member of House Kano was horrified by the sight. The guy who had just wanted to punch Luca was now terrified by the bloody scene. Luca lowered his stance and lunged. The android had found its next prey, the student who was stunned and closest to it. But luckily for the young man, someone stepped in. Luca used a knee strike to push back the berserk android. The android's head was slightly dented from the blow, but that wasn't enough to stop it. The young man who had just escaped death screamed, The curse, Barbara's curse, the witch's curse is real! It's real! Luca didn't believe in such superstitious nonsense. A student of the prestigious Ko-Jia-Cha Academy shouldn't believe in such ridiculous curses. Luca approached the android. Its internal systems seemed to be overheating. Luca observed and noticed, it can only maintain this power level for a few minutes. It knows that to fight me, it has to go all out. That's because this isn't a simple technical malfunction. According to Luca, this was done by a person. That's not important right now. What is important is, this will finally help me relax. Luca stood waiting for the android to act. The android rushed toward its target, Luca. With a slight movement, Luca dodged its first attack. A rampaging android. Its movements are quite precise. It must have elite combat software installed. Not only that, its steel claws are strong enough to tear me to shreds. But I'm still not satisfied. It's not enough to get me excited. I want something stronger, more interesting. He gave the android a back kick. The android was kicked back a few feet. I don't need a stock model android. The android continued its attack. Surprise me for once. Luca threw a knife high into the air, making the android instinctively look up at the thrown weapon. The android was distracted by the knife. When it turned back to its target, the target was now above its head. Luca said, Clank, clank, this won't do. A chill ran down the spine of the Kano-hired goon. Getting distracted by something meaningless. You're no different from the other androids. Luca ripped off both of the android's arms, but it still mechanically asked, Do you require assistance? Luca called out to the two remaining guys. So you guys still want to fight? I'm all warmed up, come on. Luca's whole body was itching for a fight. I can't satisfy my desire like this. But the guy who had been so aggressive earlier was now running away like a little mouse, which made Luca look down on him with contempt. Pathetic. Just then, a light shone down on Luca from above. Looking up, it seemed the Academy's surveillance system had found him. The next day, Luca sat alone on a bench thinking. After that incident, the school's security team asked me to help them investigate. The person controlling the android must be someone from the Academy. I want you to narrow down the suspects, said an Academy security investigator, Jillian Shambo. They'll probably hate it, but the nobles will also have to be questioned since there was a fatality. Luca said, "It sounds like you're saying the suspect has to be one of the nobles. But what about the students from the lower classes?" Gillian shrugged. "Realistically, that's impossible. None of them could break through the security network and infiltrate the Academy's internal network." Luca said, "I'm just a student, but you seem to think I'm capable of conducting an investigation." Gillian replied, "Only those with special observational skills can use it. It will allow you to perform your duties as an investigator." Luca silently wondered, how does he know that? Gillian noticed and remarked, "What an interesting expression. Would you like to know a fun little fact? Users of the gifted eye are monitored and listed separately from the other students. Of course, that only applies to those who have already learned about it like you. Now then, you'll have to question the person who taught it to you." Luca thought to himself, Kinyuan, what is he planning? Hearing someone call his name, Luca glanced at the video feed, his voice raised. "How could this happen? This will reflect badly on me, you know. Father trusted me to keep you safe. I told you not to get close to Barbara, and then what happens?" Luca replied. "I couldn't just ignore everyone ganging up on her like that." Vito grew even more agitated. "So what? Are you saying you'd fight for her again?" Luca answered calmly. "If they bully her again, then yes." Biting his nails, Vito declared, "I'll meet with Kalesa and demand a compromise. If I'm the one asking, she'll agree to a reasonable one." Luca tilted his head, confused. "To what end? Why would Vito suggest a compromise with Kalesa?" Luca's eyes narrowed. Vito said Kalesa would compromise with him. He must have some degree of control over her. Luca compromised. "All right, let's go see her now. I don't want to get on the captain's bad side by causing any problems." Luca smirked to himself. "Besides, I want to confirm a few things," Kalesa said irritably. "I already told you Barbara seduced my boyfriend first," Luca retorted. "It seems you won't just stand by and do nothing. Are you sure you told your boyfriend not to flirt with her?" Kalesa looked up stunned. Luca pressed a piece on the chessboard. How could he refuse? After all, you send your lackeys after anyone who displeases you, just like you did with me. Luca had recorded what the people who came to pick a fight with him last night had said. Kalesa slammed the table, shouting, "Shut up! I didn't do anything wrong, I just—" Vito sighed. "Calm down, Kalesa." As Kalesa tried to say more, Vito lost his patience. "That's enough. Kalesa, are you going to ignore what I said?" Vito told Luca. "Wait outside. I need to speak with Kalesa privately." Luca stepped out and confirmed his suspicion. So it's true. Vito clearly has some influence over Kalesa. But that raises a new question. Why didn't Vito just tell Kalesa to stop bullying people? I'm only at this academy for 2 months. Just telling her to stop would be simpler than intervening like this. Vito walked out of the room looking stressed. "Why do you always have to stir things up like this? I just warned you. I thought you said you didn't want to cause trouble." Luca explained, "I said that only a noble could control that robot, so I was just testing her. Besides, she hates Barbara anyway." Vito said, "Do you think you're special? Stop playing detective. The other investigators don't need your help." Luca said, "Yeah, I'm sure the investigators are thoroughly investigating those nobles." Vito's voice was low. "Are you being sarcastic with me?" Luca said calmly. "I'm just telling the truth, like how Kalesa couldn't say a single word back to you." Vito explained, "That's because family reputation is crucial in noble society. She's not in a position to just brush me aside, that's all there is to it." Luca wondered, "So you told Kalesa to bully Barbara?" Vito asked, somewhat confused. "What are you talking about?" Luca explained his theory. Someone who hates Barbara saw her as the perfect pawn and decided to use her. Vito grabbed Luca's collar and warned, "You should learn to keep your mouth shut. Have you fried your own nervous system with all those high-tech robotics? You're so—" Suddenly realizing he'd gone too far, Vito let go. "No, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that." She stepped back. "Anyway, if something like this happens again, be prepared to face the consequences." Luca took in Gyeo's expression, thinking to himself, in this situation, I would say Gye is the most suspicious one. But something's not right. Why is she so afraid? This is the only time the observations from my gifted eye have left me confused. Later, Luca and Barbara met. Barbara held out a neatly prepared box of sandwiches, offering it to Luca. Luca asked Barbara, "What's all this?" Barbara said a little shyly. "You saved me from Kalesa, so I wanted to thank you. While you're at the academy, could I make lunch for you?" Barbara looked away and suggested it. Luca flatly refused. "Forget it. We wouldn't want people to get the wrong idea." Barbara was visibly disheartened. She said, "I'm not afraid of people getting the wrong idea." Luca analyzed internally, "Does Barbara really like me? But that doesn't sound right." So Luca asked, "Does Barbara really like me? But it doesn't sound right." Barbara replied innocently, "No way. I really don't know why this keeps happening." Luca understood she wasn't going to show her true colors easily. "I'll have to pressure her a bit more." So Luca mentioned that Kalesa was bullying her constantly because of Vito. "He told her to do it, you know. The girl you've always admired." Barbara said, "I already knew that." This took Luca by surprise. She already knew. Luca pressed on, asking, "Do you know why she hates you?" Barbara turned to face Luca, dropping her usual harmless, naive attitude. The lunch she prepared for Luca went untouched. "Why did I have to say that? I wanted to provoke a reaction from Barbara. There's something about her that makes me uneasy." I suddenly remembered Guy's words. Some people are monsters in sheep's clothing. "She's a wolf in sheep's clothing," Professor Guy told Luca. "I met Kalesa's boyfriend, or rather, her ex-boyfriend. As you guessed, it seems Kalesa intended for him to get close to Barbara. Jackson's background, personality, and abilities, none of it would help him challenge Kalesa. It was right of you to have me investigate this." "So it's confirmed. She really did use her boyfriend as an excuse," Luca said. "If I identify a suspect, will I really have the authority to question them like an investigator?" "Only one or two people," the professor said. "Even so, there's always the risk you'll get the wrong person," Luca remarked. "You have a stronger sense of justice than I thought." "That has nothing to do with it," the professor said. "This is already the 6th incident. And this time someone even died. I just want to catch whoever thinks they can get away with it." Luca probed. "Is there anything about Barbara that you've discovered?" Professor Guy was skeptical. "Why? You think she's a suspect? But I told you she's from the lower class. Besides, she's just a student. There's no way she could access the Academy's security network to get into the intranet and control that robot." Luca countered, "Then should we also rule out the children? Show from noble families just because they're students? That's a bit different," the professor said. "They could interfere with the robot's production and distribution. Money and power have swayed manufacturers before. I don't know if this will help, but Barbara is sponsored by the Kutozia family." "I think that will be helpful," Luca thought. "I'll consider everything more carefully." After turning off the monitor, Luca put a hand to his forehead and leaned back. All the clues are here, but somehow they don't fit together. Getting the answer from Barbara would be so much simpler. I can't believe I have to drag this out like this. I feel like I'm about to lose it on someone. Luca decided he should talk to Vidya. And then Luca witnessed something surprising. In a way, nobles are also under a lot of stress. I guess it's because they have to prove their worth to their families. Ilay once said that nobles with little talent are treated like trash and completely abandoned. I didn't realize she had such a determined side. Not bad, considering what a spoiled brat she was. "When we first met..." Twisting open a bottle of mineral water, Vidya took a sip and asked, "Why are you here?" Luca replied, "Because I missed you." Vidya choked on her water. "Are you nuts?" Vidya scolded. "Me," Luca said innocently. "You're the one with the problem." Seeing this dense guy wasn't even joking. Vidya said, "Hilarious, now get to the point." "I'm very busy." Luca looked left and right, making sure no one was around. "Vidya Kutozia, I hope you won't lie or hide the truth right now." "Are you really playing detective?" Vidya said. "The school's security team has officially requested me to investigate this case," Luca stated. "I don't like to bring this up," Vidya reminded Luca, "but don't forget I'm the daughter of the captain of the Royal Guard." Luca continued, "I'm aware your family is sponsoring Barbara. Is that why you want to expel her from the academy?" Luca thought to himself. She wouldn't have to work so hard. "If the captain allowed it," Vidya said. "I was the second victim of her curse. Is that enough reason for me to hate her?" "I was friends with her until then." If you were really her friend, Luca reasoned, you would have tried to help her break the curse. We weren't close enough for me to have to help, Vidya argued. Satisfied, Luca added, the school's security team believes someone deliberately manipulated the robot. Among the students being considered, you are the prime suspect. Vidya exploded, me. But I was a victim of the curse. Criminals often intentionally make themselves victims, Luca said flatly. Besides, you have all the necessary elements to do it. The right family background, the knowledge, and the skills. Vidya turned away, a headache coming on. You've got to be kidding me. You'd better stop, Luca. Calm down, Vidya, Luca said. I'm not saying I actually suspect you, so just tell me what you know. I have a theory that... Just then, the most unwelcome person appeared. Barbara stood in the doorway, Vidya glaring daggers at her as she spoke to Luca. I was looking for you. I was so worried when I didn't see you at our usual spot. Luca shuddered. How did she find me? I'm sure I wasn't followed. Did I miss something? No way. And what's more, that's not the face of someone who's being bullied. Especially not when Vito isn't around. This girl is at the center of everything. 10 minutes. I can get the whole truth in 10 minutes. But right now I have to deal with this. I wanted to slam her against the wall with the rage burning inside me. Luca couldn't be bothered to be patient anymore. Wipe that smile off your face. Barbara, this is driving me crazy. Feigning hurt, Barbara's voice trembled. Luca, why are you talking to me like that? I love the part where you said you saved me from Kalesa. Luca crushed a metal chair and threw it straight towards Barbara, but he restrained himself from hitting her. Vito was terrified by the violent act. Luca, what are you doing? Luca declared, you've been an interesting diversion from this tedious school life, but it's over now. You underestimated me, Barbara. Shaking Barbara covered her face beside the twisted door frame. I don't know what you're talking about. She knew she'd been exposed. Well, no need to tire myself out with this act anymore. Her gaze sent a chill down Vito's spine. She stepped forward, gliding past Vito with a smile on her face, and placed a lunchbox on the table.
Here's your lunch, Luca. Enjoy.
Then she turned to speak to the other person in the room. Vito stood frozen, trembling as Barbara's hand landed on her shoulder. Oh, and Vito! It's a pleasure to meet you. Vito was extremely uncomfortable as Barbara leaned in close, her fingers lightly brushing against Vito's wrist. After her greeting, she spoke. See you later, she said as if nothing had happened, leaving the two with indescribably different emotions. Vito couldn't take it anymore and sank to the floor. Luca stood stunned, letting out a dry laugh. Everything was clear now. I knew who the real culprit was and the true nature of Vito's relationship with Barbara. I called out to Vito, but she cut me off. Don't ask me anything. Let's just finish our time at the academy and then leave quietly. Please, Luca. Vito made it clear she didn't want to talk about this anymore. I tried to contact Vito, but it didn't go well. Ever since that incident, Vito has been openly avoiding me. That same day, I told the captain everything that had happened. I felt that something was about to happen that I couldn't handle on my own, but I received an unexpected response. Hal had told me he was leaving it to me to handle. Just continue to use your best judgment. The Royal Guard could easily handle this. So why are they just standing by, silently watching me take care of it all? I mean, even his own daughter is involved in this, like a puppet for my superiors. My role as a Royal Guard. I know they have a bigger picture that I can't see, but honestly, it's frustrating. Luca grumbled. Shh, of course she's not going to pick up. Barbara is clearly the culprit. But as the investigator said, someone from the lower class, I can't control a mech, so how was Barbara able to do it? Luca replayed the series of events in his mind. He remembered what Professor Guy had said, recalled the way Barbara interacted with Vito, and came up with a few speculations. If my hypothesis is correct, then this is going to be a real headache. I'll have to meet with Vito to confirm it, but she keeps avoiding me. Perhaps fate decided to help me because the kid who has a secret crush on Vito just gave me an opening. The kid asked, "Did you put in a good word for me with Vito?" Luca smiled slyly. Of course not. Is that all? I thought you had something important to say to me. Then came the scene of Luca hiding on the side, watching, as the young man confessed his feelings while Vito showed no interest. Is that all? I thought you had something important to say to me. While the boy was flustered, Vito took complete control. I'm not interested in you. In fact, you make me uncomfortable. So stay away from me, okay? The heartbroken, disappointed boy ran off crying. Sorry, Enrico, I'll make it up to you later. Luca took this opportunity to step out. Vito, as if prepared, said, I had a feeling. I've had enough of you. I'm going to tell my father about your rudeness. Luca replied, that's useless. I've already reported your involvement in this incident. Vito's composure crumbled. You told my father? Really? How much did you tell him? Luca replied, I have no reason to tell you. Vito clutched her head, her whole body swaying as if she would collapse. My reputation, my position in the Kutozia family, everything I've worked for is collapsing in an instant. This is all your fault, all your fault. Luca tried to persuade her. It's not too late. Tell me everything. That's the only way I can help you. She said dismissively. Don't be ridiculous. How can a mere student help me? Luca replied. What if I were to become a member of the Kutozia family? But don't you find it strange that someone of your status was ordered to be my guide at the academy? It's a bit embarrassing to talk about myself like this, but I'm being treated like a rare talent and I even just received a Medal of Honor. The captain is quite fond of me. If I get adopted by the Kutozia family, my status will rise accordingly. No matter what you've done, I'll be on your side. Giegel still hadn't let her guard down. How can I trust you? Luca said, I have to solve this problem with the androids. If you want a chance to be adopted by the captain, mutual understanding is the first step to building trust. Giegel's legs had never stopped shaking. Luca gently held her shoulders to keep her from stumbling. Giegel collected herself. She thought for a few seconds before finally revealing, I was the one controlling those androids. I created the Barbara curse. The two sat in a spacious, empty plaza talking side by side. Giegel shared, actually, Barbara was my first real friend. Not just an acquaintance, but a friend I could open up to. 3 years ago, I was curious about who my family was sponsoring. That was the first time I met Barbara. At first, I thought she was a talented and friendly person. Seeing this soft and naive side of Giegel, Luca thought, I always thought she was so cold. Is this what caused Giegel? And to become the way she is now. Giegel confessed everything. It all started because of a little jealousy. There was a boy who liked Barbara. Her smile and bright personality made her a popular student. But I didn't want some guy to steal my only friend. I was pretty childish back then, all right. At first, I just wanted to mess with that guy because I didn't like him. All I did was create a robot that looked like one of the androids, but somehow... Giegel installed an audio file on the robot with a message, stay away from Barbara. She even had the robot follow the guy at night. But this little prank brought about consequences that were unbearable. The boy fell and suffered a serious head injury. As a result, he had to drop out of school, and Giegel was so scared that she threw the robot away. But she couldn't avoid being questioned about the accident. Giegel said, when the investigation started, Barbara was the first one to realize I was the one who did it. I sometimes worked on the robot in front of her, so she put the pieces together. I was scared of being found out, but Barbara told me she had a good plan. If I become my own victim, then no one will suspect me anymore. Luca wasn't surprised. So you voluntarily became the second victim of the curse, Giegel admitted. Yeah, my position allowed me to modify the Academy's androids, so I implanted the chip Barbara gave me into one of them. I don't know exactly what that thing did, but it started chasing me frantically, so I became the second victim. That's how the Barbara curse began. And that's when Barbara started acting strange. Giegel bit her lip as she said these words. She started making strange requests, like how she needed to be isolated in the Academy to make this a perfect crime, or that we would regularly need new victims. Giegel had fallen into Barbara's trap, but Barbara made sure she couldn't escape. The light on Vidio's camera eye flashed red as Barbara hacked into her system, her voice a threat. You told our secret. To some man, traitor. The electronic noise assaulted Luca's senses, making him flinch. My lovely Vidio. How did she hack Vidio's receiver? I'm sure it was equipped with a high-end security system. My gut is telling me we need to get out of here, right now. And this noise, it wasn't coming from Vidio's receiver. That mechanical sound, it was a robot, and it had locked onto them. Vidio didn't react to the danger in time, so Luca had to grab her and dodge a bullet in the blink of an eye. Luca, carrying Vidio, swiftly dove behind a large rock, momentarily escaping the line of fire. He took off his outer jacket, tearing a strip of fabric from his shirt. He used it as a makeshift bandage for the wound on his waist, tying it tight to stop the bleeding. This should stop it for now. It must be an unmanned combat drone. If I activated my boost, I could catch it. But this wound in my side would probably tear wide open. All I have right now is this pocket knife. No one noticed because the gun is using a silencer. Damn, this is a mess. I'm gonna smash you to pieces, you hunk of metal. Vidio propped herself up. Seeing that she was awake, Luca was immediately met with her complaint. Don't you royal guards feel pain or something? Luca snapped back. Of course it hurts. Are you kidding me? Their peace didn't last long. Another volley of shots headed their way. Luca thought grimly, this is a tight spot. If only I could pinpoint that gun's location. Luca's eyes lit up as he noticed Vidio's glossy lips. He asked her, do you have a mirror? Using the reflection from the mirror, Luca surveyed the entire scene behind their cover, and there it was. He'd spotted the drone that had been firing at them. The moment Luca saw it, he acted. He threw his pocket knife in a single decisive strike. The drone exploded in midair. Luca quickly slid back into cover to avoid the blast. But to his surprise, his own transmitter had been damaged. He called out to Vidio. Is your transmitter working? Vidio shook her head while gesturing no. All internal and external communication systems are down. Barbara's voice suddenly came through Vidio's transmitter. Vidio, I'm trying to protect you. So why did you betray me and Luca? I like you so. Before she could finish, Luca suddenly lunged and grabbed Vidio's wrist. I wish you'd underestimate me just a little. Luca pinpointed the source of the sound on her wrist and pressed down hard. Barbara's connection chip was instantly disconnected. Don't pay any attention to a lunatic's rambling, Luca said. He left the rest of his thought unspoken, figuring she didn't need to know yet. Right, we need to get somewhere safe. As Luca helped Vidio along, they ran into an acquaintance who was speaking with a superior. Yes, sir, yes, I've arrived. The person was Philip, and he was clearly looking for Luca. Orders from on high, Luca asked. Philip replied, yeah, looks like you're getting the VIP treatment again. I wasn't even briefed on this mission. Luca said, I wasn't told anything beforehand either. Vidio became agitated, blurting out, wait a minute, was this all my father's plan? Yeah, it was an order from the captain, Philip answered. But Vidio's face went pale. No way. Does he think I'm disposable? Seeing her spirit completely crushed, it was obvious she was not taking this well at all. Even though she's the captain's daughter, she's still just a pawn. It's understandable that she'd be crushed to be treated like a sacrificial piece by her own father. I feel bad for her even though she's a noble. Philip, however, turned his attention to Luca. Noticing the wound on his waist, he said, that looks nasty. Luca replied, nasty enough that I might be dead by morning. So you're fine then. Philip chuckled and tossed something to Luca. Here, take this. You can't activate your boost, can you? Luca took the gun. You don't need to worry about me. At the same time, Philip was contacting his superior. I'm with Luca and Vidio Kutosia. He was cut off as his hand was blown away by a shot. Being soldiers, the two men reacted instantly, diving behind a stone pillar. The shot was close, but they hadn't seen a thing. To think something could evade detection from two Royal Guard cadets. There's no way Barbara could be this precise. Hey, I just want to talk. Luca flinched. It was a completely unfamiliar voice, not Barbara's. He and Philip signaled to each other as the mysterious stranger continued, if I had been aiming for the head, one of you would be dead by now. As Luca and Philip came to a silent agreement, Philip took off his shoe to create a diversion, allowing him to move stealthily while Luca engaged their attacker. You know who we are, Luca asked. The stranger replied, of course, you're former cadets. I don't have time to waste, so let's get straight to the point. Hand over Vidio Kutosia, Luca asked, planning to kidnap her for a big ransom. The stranger answered, the princess wants her. I wish it didn't have to be this way, but the princess has a bit of a temper. At the very least, I hope you'll understand. Hearing his choice of words, Luca sensed something was terribly wrong. Just me. What about Philip? Philip had no idea when it happened. His neck was already caught in the mysterious man's grasp. Luca saw a transparent figure grab his teammate. The mysterious man turned back, but Luca didn't fully reveal himself. He had a full-body invisibility cloak, which is why we didn't detect him. This is going to be tough. Vidio saw the hand gripping Luca's neck. Luca reacted, looking towards the girl who had no combat ability. He pried the hand off his neck and told Vidio, I'll buy some time. When I give the signal, run as fast as you can, okay? Vidio's face went pale, a mix of shock and fear. But the critical situation didn't give Luca time to reassure her. Now is not the time to argue. Do as I say. He started counting. 1, 2, 3. The two of them ran in separate directions. Luca decided to engage the enemy to create an opportunity for Vidio to escape. He fired several shots, all of which the mysterious man dodged as easily as catching a fly.
How can he react so fast?
It wasn't until you managed to damage his invisibility cloak. I really don't want to have to kill two of my own subordinates. Luca was stunned when he heard him say the word subordinates. The man grabbed his shoulder in a flash. Why are you surprised that I'm your superior? Get a grip or you're going to die, kid. I thought he was just an extremely skilled terrorist, but he's a royal guard. I can't believe I let him mislead me like that. In the middle of a battle, he's behind me. No, he must have thought he could lure me out of here and make Video confront him. Facing him like this, I'm completely outmatched. I have to find a solution fast. Focus, Luca. He used the simulation system to analyze the enemy's moves and the entire scene for anything he could use. Felix, let me borrow your sword. The man immediately predicted Luca's move. Well, look at that. You knew where that sword was without even looking. You're using a C tactics, are you? Luca's feet slid across the floor. Luca grabbed the sword, blocking one of the man's blows. He was one step ahead of him, kicking him away with his foot. The mysterious man spoke with regret. It's a real shame to have to kill someone who can use acid tactics so proficiently. I was just planning to have a little fun with you, but this just makes things complicated. Luca panted, thinking to himself, his attitude has changed. What is it about acid tactics that makes him unable to kill me? It doesn't matter if I have a chance to win or not. Did Video get away? Damn it, I can't focus because I'm too worried about her. But all of this is just for one terrorist. The man advised Luca, listen, kid, stop this. Don't ruin your life over a moment of impulse. Luca let out a breath. I guess he sees me as useless, but thanks to his taunts, I'm starting to see things a bit more clearly. My injuries, this guy's identity, and even the thing about acid tactics, none of it affects me. The only problem is, the truth is, I can't stand him. Luca swung his sword down. Although the slash missed, Luca didn't give up and continued to attack the mysterious man. He assessed, so young. You've been through such harsh training, yet you're willing to sacrifice your life for the Empire. To swing the sword with as much power as possible, he had to use his core, which tore open the wound in his waist. The mysterious man said, do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Luca moved the sword, planting it into the ground as a support to prop up his body. With an unyielding posture, Luca said, I'm sick of your attitude. The mysterious man laughed out loud. With that defiant spirit, it seems you're not much like a man of the Empire. I have a feeling we'll meet again. So a little introduction is in order, I suppose. I am Rick Kaiso, a supporter of republicanism, Luca said mockingly. Huh? So you're a terrorist, Rick replied. What if I told you I'm a member of the resistance force? Luca said, it's all nonsense. Rick Kaiso said, just you wait and see. His feet lifted off the ground, his whole body hovering in front of Luca. In an instant, he had destroyed Luca's two defending arms. His chained hand shot out, one hand grabbing Luca's neck. The other hand tore at his leg, completely neutralizing his resistance. Last chance. Beg for forgiveness. Luca just laughed defiantly and then spat in Rick Kaiso's face. He mouthed a curse or said something to him. Rick didn't seem angry at all, smiling as he said, all right then. If you survive, tell Kinnuan that I'm still doing well. After that, Luca's vision blurred. The last thing I heard was the sound of my neck breaking. A rare experience indeed. The capital hospital of the Empire. Philip, with his neck in a brace, whined, ah, Luca. It hurts so much. Luca sat up and said, you idiot. Of course it's going to hurt if you move your neck like that. Philip's brain had been severely damaged. His broken neck had been left untreated for too long. In contrast, I was very lucky. I heard that after I was taken down. Video returned with 4 royal guards. Thanks to the timely first aid, I was saved. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble too. The door to the hospital room opened. Halat came to visit and said, you don't need to sit up. He sat down next to Luca's bed. Philip completed his mission to the very end, Luca said. Halat said, then give me your report. Luca recounted the entire sequence of events. And that's what happened. Zucker Kaizen. His real name is Zucker Shiva. You've just faced one of the Empire's top wanted criminals. Luca wondered, I've never heard that name. Halat explained, not all wanted criminals are made public, especially those connected to the Empire's secrets. Luca was astonished. Even an empire that preaches perfection has shameful secrets. Then this isn't just the work of a few terrorists, is it? HTL said. I think it would be more courteous if I explained everything clearly. This mission, Operation Juliet, has been ongoing for 5 years now. The objective is to infiltrate the headquarters of the anti-Empire terrorist group known as Nemesis. Luca was surprised. Infiltrate, not raid, Halid said. Nemesis is a completely decentralized organization. So a conventional raid would be ineffective. No matter how many of them we take down, they'll just keep regenerating as long as their leader hasn't been eliminated. It would all be for nothing. So, does that mean we failed the mission? Since we couldn't capture Zucker. When Luca asked if they had failed the mission, because they couldn't capture Rick, Halid replied, no. The plan was a success, Luca. We've managed to plant one of our own in the heart of Nemesis. Barbara is one of our spies. Nemesis recruited her as a hacker. This is the culmination of our long-term preparations to draw Nemesis's attention to Barbara. Although, I didn't realize she was quite that insane. Luca found it hard to accept. That monster is on our side. Then what was the point of all the sacrifices for this mission? Philip's brain was destroyed, and Jillian wasted her time arresting the perpetrator. And even the captain's daughter was constantly harassed by Barbara. All for what? They were all just pawns for him to use and discard at will. Does she know about this? Luca asked. Halid replied, she doesn't know a thing, and I want to keep it that way. Do you understand why? I'm telling you all of this. Luca thought with a sense of dread. They're discarding me. So this is my end, huh? Before I've even achieved anything? How pathetic. An electronic screen appeared in front of Luca. Halid said, read it and sign. A smirk tugged at Luca's lips. Welcome to the Luca clan. In front of him were adoption papers. Halid had kept his promise while his friend Felix was sound asleep. Elsewhere, as screws were being removed from Luca one by one, Halid said before leaving. It will take some time to process the family documents. I have a few difficult old folks in my family, you know. As the brace was removed from Philip's back, a medical droid said, you will feel a bit of pain and discomfort. Luca then put on his jacket to leave the room. Hearing footsteps, Philip turned and asked Luca, are you leaving? Luca scratched his head and replied, yeah. Philip said in a hoarse voice, good luck. Luca nodded in thanks but didn't look back. He simply closed the door to the hospital room and left. Royal Guard Training Center. Luca was thinking about that witch Barbara, a spy trained by the Empire to infiltrate the terrorist organization Nemesis. She unnerves me. The way she acted so bizarrely. It wasn't just an act. There's no doubt she's a degenerate, but perhaps she was trained from the very beginning to be a perfect fit for this mission. Luca suddenly stopped walking. A suspicion rose within him. Is it really all just a coincidence? Rising up from an orphanage for the lower class, meeting Kinwan, learning acid tactics and everything I did at the academy, and I thought it was all my own choice. Does that mean I couldn't have overcome that horrible environment on my own? And even my DNA? Everything is just... No, don't worry about it, Luca. It's all in your head. Maybe the captain only told me that secret to test my loyalty. I can't afford to lose this opportunity. This is the perfect chance to start my life over. The door opened. Luca saw Kinwan, who greeted him. Oh, Luca, you've returned. Did you enjoy your time at the academy? Luca replied with deadpan sincerity. Yes, I enjoyed it so much I almost died. Kinwan said, I'm very sorry about Philip. He was an excellent student, though. Kinwan poured Luca a cup of tea. Luca accepted the cup, wondering to himself, but is he really sorry? He took a sip of tea. Then he remembered to pass on a message to Kinwan. Professor Rick asked me to send you his regards. He said he's doing fine. But Kinwan said nonchalantly, Oh, Rick, I'm glad to hear he's still doing well. I never expected him to become a terrorist, you see. You two seem quite close. Kinwan said, Of course. We were recruited into the Guard at the same time. His reflexes are astounding, really. I'm surprised you clashed with him and lived to tell the tale. Luca curiously asked if he still kept in touch. Kinwan said, Don't get me wrong, Luca. I may be retired, but the Empire still provides for me. Why would I need to keep in touch with some terrorist? But anyway, it sounds like you haven't made your report yet. To the captain about my words, I suppose, if what you're thinking is true, shouldn't you have reported me by now? Luca reasoned. But if I did that, I could be executed on the spot. I wanted to confirm with you first before reporting. Kinwan found this amusing. If you could get executed for something like this, I would have been dead ages ago. Now, my good little boy, what's the real reason you're trying to get on my good side? Luca, suppressing his tension, asked, So what exactly is the acid tactic? Kinwan's eyes sharpened with suspicion. Why do you ask? Luca said. For whatever reason, the Empire thinks it's necessary to have a list of acid tactic users, and that's why Rick didn't just smash my head in. Luca tried his best to hide his trembling hands. Kinwan took a sip of tea and said, I didn't expect you to get this far so quickly. Luka Kutsodia, you really know quite a bit. For someone in the lowest position, do you understand what that means? Luka replied, yes, I do. Kinu An said, the Empire witnessed the first rebellion in its history. The rebels were led by Noel Malinka, an unofficial advisor to the Empire. He had made immense contributions to the Empire by establishing all sorts of combat theories, from guided ballistics to tactics involving cybernetic armor. Noel realized he wouldn't stand a chance in an all-out war against the Empire, so instead, he engaged in unconventional guerrilla warfare. But it was then that he conceived the idea of the Hienyan, commonly known as the acid tactic. Luka was shocked. This tactic I'm learning, it came from the rebels. Kinuan explained Noel's rebels resisted the Empire that way. With pioneers using the Hienyan, they continued to fight in regional battles and guerrilla operations. I see. If it was used for guerrilla warfare, then the drawbacks wouldn't have mattered. Luka stated his opinion. I guess they knew they could die at any moment, so they didn't care what it might do to their brains, and since they weren't a regular army, they wouldn't have had standardized regulations or rules, any fixed ones anyway, so they needed a flexible tactic that allowed them to react to any situation. Kinu An said, correct, only Noel and his close associates survived. The Empire's large-scale extermination campaigns, they scattered across the region, gathering those willing to sacrifice themselves to attack the Empire's main headquarters. It didn't matter if the low-level soldiers were captured, as long as the others could escape. I'm starting to get the picture. The rebels could easily disguise themselves as civilians with non-combat cybernetic bodies. No one would suspect them of being key rebel figures. However, a Hienyan user can fight without a high-performance cybernetic body. Even if they were caught for a random interrogation, they could still escape fairly easily. That's why Rick gave me a chance to live. I also understand why. The Empire keeps a separate registry for Hienyan users. Luka asked, so how did the Empire root out the insurgency? Kinu An stated the brutal truth. They killed every last suspect. Luka was stunned for a moment. They didn't have time to distinguish between civilians and rebels. The large-scale massacres had left entire regions desolate. Faced with such an extreme measure, even the Hienyan users couldn't escape death. That's how the rebellion was crushed. Luka asked, is the Empire trying to keep this incident a secret? Kinu An replied, not exactly, but they certainly don't want to teach it in schools. Only those with an interest in history would know about the betrayal of Noel Malinka, who once played a key role in the Empire's military, the Empire's large-scale massacres, and Kinu An, a professor who has mastered the rebel forces' tactics, Luka said cautiously. So the captain entrusting me to you, does he think you're connected to the terrorists? Kinu An gave Luka a round of applause. Exactly, Luka. If you find proof that I'm secretly talking to the enemy, you can march right into the heart of the Royal Guard. I don't believe you're secretly talking to terrorists. I don't get it, Luka thought. How can he be so calm? Kinu An said, you might not think so, but the captain doesn't. If you want a hint, look for evidence from my time in the downstream sector. It'll help you advance your career. The more Luka listened, the more absurd it all sounded. How can someone accused of colluding with terrorists be so unfazed? Then what about the captain? Just how much does he know? Don't tell me he knows everything and sent me to Kinu An on purpose. Luka stood up and said, I will report today's findings to the captain. Kinu An said, see you later, Luka. Luka slammed the door without a word. He walked away quickly, putting distance between himself and that place. His quick pace gradually turned into a run once he was far enough away from that damned Royal Guard Academy. Only then could Luka vent a little. Damn it, they both think I'm an idiot. The captain and Kinu An are using me as a tool to probe each other. How long can I walk this path? Before I trip and fall to my death, Kinu An is getting harder and harder to figure out. Just who is that guy? Noel Malinka. If I search that name, I won't find any useful information through normal channels. I refuse to keep being led around by the nose like this. If I want to learn about Kinwan's past, I'll have to follow his advice. Luka clawed at the wall behind him with both hands, his eyes filled with stubbornness and determination. The captain sent me to Kinwan because he believes the man has illicit ties with the mysterious terrorists. As always, Kinwan seemed completely unbothered by such accusations. And what he told me then? Go find your proof in the lower district, Luka. It'll get you that promotion you want. I kept asking myself why he would say that.
Why would he want me to go to the lower district? Is he trying to get the Nemesis rebels to eliminate me? Or perhaps that's part of the plan too?
A conspiracy between him and the puppet masters above.
Stop it, Luca. You've already decided not to let them get to you. It's too late to back out now. I have to prepare to search for traces of Kinwan. To make sure I'm not an easy target, I have to be thorough. The first step is to report my conversation with him. Luca stood at attention before Halad and said, "It's clear Instructor Kinwan is trying to provoke us. Rick Silva used to carry out off-the-books missions. At the same time as Kinwan, I'm certain those two are in it together. Aren't you curious? I mean, why I would have left Kinwan alone for this long if he's that suspicious?" Luca knew his place. "I won't pry if I'm not permitted to know." Halad stressed, "I'm telling you this because I trust you. The order to investigate?" Kinwan came from an authority even higher than the Royal Guard. It seems the top brass believes we can use Kinwan to infiltrate the heart of Nemesis. They must have found out that Kinwan might be in contact with Zik, Luca questioned. So why would they entrust an instructor's position to someone so untrustworthy? Halad explained, "He threatened to walk if he wasn't given the job. Besides, he's a capable instructor." Now, does that answer your question? Luca decided to share a bit. "I've been by Kinwan's side for a while now, but to be honest, I can't find any weak spots. His self-control is perfect, and he never reveals his true intentions." Halad cut him off. "Stop complaining and just get it done. You're the only one who can do this job. I send cadets to Kinwan every year, but no one has gotten as close to him as you have. He likes you." But this favor was something Luca couldn't stomach. He held his head high and made his demand. "In that case, I'll need more authority than what's granted to a cadet." One day, an airship flew across the blue sky. Inside were Luca and Halad. "Are you nervous?" Halad asked. Luca replied, "I'd be lying if I said no. I'm a little on edge. I told the captain what kind of authority I'd need a travel pass for the upper and lower districts. A weapons permit funds for the investigation and access to a much higher-level database. Obviously, I wasn't in a position to ask for anything more, but it's still not enough. In my current position, I could be eliminated at any moment. I have to do everything I can." Then Luca added tactfully, "I know this isn't something a soldier should say, but I don't want to die for such a grim affair, especially if it's just because I know too much." Halad replied, "I'll be blunt with you. If the order comes from above, I'll have to make it so this whole thing never happened. I'd have to dispose of certain people, and that includes you. But I can promise you this. I will do everything in my power to protect you. That's why I brought you into the family." Luca examined the black card in his hand, then carefully put it away. But he thought to himself, "Does this mean my life is in the captain's hands?" Halad grumbled. "I'm not a fan of all this procedure and formality myself. But now that you're a part of the family, you should meet the others." Luca, wanting to be properly guided, asked earnestly, "Please tell me how I should conduct myself before them." Halad smirked. "Just be your usual self. You might be a breath of fresh air for my children in more ways than one." Luca didn't quite understand what he meant then, but he would soon enough. "I don't know what the captain is thinking, but I'll have to put up with this inconvenience if I want to get proper protection. Sooner than you think. We're here, Luca." As the airship approached the landing strip, Halad grumbled, "I've always hated it, even though I spent my entire childhood here." The airship gradually descended. Luca was then led into a spacious and luxurious waiting room. Halad told him, "Go on in and rest a bit, Luca. Your room will be ready soon. We can do the introductions later." Luca looked out the window. Everyone was busy fawning over the head of the family. Just the thought of joining that noisy crowd was exhausting. They're no different from the sycophants in the lower district. Is this really the life I've always dreamed of? A knock at the door preceded a visitor's entry. "So you've really become one of the Kutosia family, Luca?" Who else could it be but the familiar face of Fideo? "I apologize for my improper conduct the other day. I let my emotions get the better of me. No, I'm just making excuses. As a member of the Kutosia family, I shouldn't have acted that way." Luca felt surprisingly refreshed. "Don't worry about it. It makes sense that a non-soldier like you would panic in a situation like that. Vidya said I went to visit Philip, but he didn't recognize me. Luca told her you can be grateful to him if you want, but don't feel guilty about it. He was just fulfilling his duties as a Royal Guard cadet." Vidya could only see, "Are you just trying to calm me down?" Luca simply said, "I'm just telling the truth. I'm not an overly emotional person." Vidya sized him up. "You're like a blue flame. You may look cold, but you burn much brighter than the others. Luca immediately noticed a positive change. She was no longer as unapproachable as before. She asked Luca, "Do you remember what you said back then? You said you would always support me if I became a member of the family." Luca affirmed those weren't empty words. It seems we're finally on the same page. I think we can seal the deal now. He secretly found himself liking her demeanor. A lady from an imperial noble family should act this way. She has to know how to look out for her own interests. Vidya said, "I'll tell you a few things in return." I'm guessing father hasn't told you much, has he? He's not the type to always lend a helping hand. Vidya turned on a screen and explained, "You need to be especially careful of my two older brothers, my eldest and second eldest. They must feel incredibly threatened by your appearance." Luca was confused. Threatened? I'm just an adopted son. Vidya explained it's not like that. No matter what people say, Kutozia is still a military family. My brothers are not qualified to lead it. And you are the only son with the qualities to become an elite soldier. Even without sharing our blood, you're still a threatening presence. Luca replied very calmly, "If I have an opportunity, it's only logical for them to be worried. And I understand why they're on guard against me." Vidya said, "Yes, my brothers." Luca cut to the chase, "And what about you? Don't you think you could become the head of the family?" Vidya answered evasively, "I don't see any reason to tell you. I don't want to be the head of the family, but I won't just sit back if someone tries to bully me. Besides, I don't care what happens." Luca advised sincerely, "Seize every opportunity, Vidya. A piece of advice from your big brother." Vidya was stunned, speechless. Then she burst out laughing, clutching her stomach and roaring with laughter. Vidya wondered if it comes to that. "Will you really be on my side?" Luca replied. "I already made a promise." "Right, as long as you don't betray me." The two shared a friendly handshake. "In that case, I'll act as if we've already formed an alliance. I'm trusting you, my dear big brother Luca. This is the first and last time I'll ever call you that." Luca said casually, "Fine by me. It sounds awkward anyway." The ticking of a clock seemed to bear witness to the partnership formed between the two young people. At the dining table, servants were bustling with preparations, and the members of the household, the Kutozias, had nearly all arrived. The door opened, and Vidya and Luca, now in fresh clothes, entered the dining room. Jose, the second son of Kutozia, Nicholas, the eldest son of Kutozia, Lady Eva Kutozia. Eva put on a friendly face. "You must be Luca. I've heard so much about you." But Luca's sharp eyes could tell she hated him, which was hardly surprising. Lady Eva said, "Hurry up and sit down before the captain arrives." Vidya whispered to Luca, "Be careful not to make any mistakes. With father's personality, he won't go out of his way to look after you." Just as they mentioned the man of the hour, he appeared. Halat signaled, "Let's eat." Protector of humanity, founding father, and first emperor. Luca recited, "Your Majesty Dian Kua." Father. After paying their respects to the nation's leader, the family members began their meal. Luca was aware that just as he'd thought, all eyes were on him. A few minutes before entering the dining room, Luca had said, "Those two are wary of me. They're definitely aiming for the position of successor." Vidya said, "That's right. They've probably already gathered information about you. Nicholas can't use high-output cybernetics, so he became a civil official. But thanks to his abilities, he's managed to win over most of the family to his side. As for Jose, he's not as capable, but he still believes he can become the next successor as a soldier. The more conservative members of the family all support him." Hearing about Jose, Luca guessed, "I must be a thorn in his side." Vidya agreed exactly. "He'll probably try to humiliate you over your manners or your background." "Ah, so that's why he's watching me. Of course I know proper etiquette, but that's not what Halat wants from me at all." Luca cut a large piece of meat. "Now then, Halat." "No." "Father? I'll do as you wish." Luca deliberately acted as if he were starving, stuffing a huge piece of meat into his mouth. As he did, just as expected, someone called his name. Luca asked, "What is it?" Jose made a scene saying, "I didn't want it to come to this. For our first meeting, I believe I have the right to comment on your table manners. I don't know what kind of life you've lived, but you should still adhere to basic etiquette. It's hard for me to take Dot seriously. He was so desperate to put me in my place, he didn't even realize it was all just an act. What a useless doll. He must be anxious because I'm an elite soldier. On the other hand, I'm not sure if Nicholas realizes I'm pretending or not. Does he think Dot and I will split the conservative supporters? In any case, he's the real danger I need to watch out for."
That disgraces father and the noble Kutozia name. Don't you think I'm still better than someone who doesn't dare to fight? And can't even win a single medal if we're talking about disgracing the Kutozia family name? Gideon, sitting nearby, covered his mouth and chuckled. Dot was fuming but couldn't come up with a comeback, so Luca suggested, "How about we settle this with actual skill instead of these ridiculous rules?" "I learned that from our brilliant captain." Luca gripped his dinner knife as if ready to make a move. Nicholas chose that exact moment to speak up. "Luca, stop teasing Dot. And Dot, you stop it too." Dot tried to explain. "I was just trying to teach him some manners like an older brother should," Nicholas pointed out. "Luca knows dining etiquette perfectly well, right? He's just pretending not to know anything. Am I right?" "Luca?" Luca put a perfectly cut piece of meat into his mouth as if to taunt Doctor. "I seem to have forgotten," Luca said. "My apologies. I was just nervous, this being my first time in a place like this. Honestly, if Dot doesn't realize he's being played by now, he's a true fool." Nicholas showed far more grace, implicitly praising Luca. "It seems you've received a medal. The 7th class Order of the Twin Swords, wasn't it? I'm not a soldier, so I'm not too familiar with it, but I hear it's quite something for a cadet to receive one. It's rather difficult, I'm told." Luca replied humbly. "Any member of the Royal Guard would have one. It's nothing to brag about." Nicholas said, "I've always felt guilty towards father for not being able to become a soldier. It's a relief to see that you're such a talented soldier." Agitated Dot slammed the table. Nicholas had never said those words to him. Dot asked, "Brother, are you saying my skills as a soldier are still lacking?" Nicholas calmly replied, "Oh, you've misunderstood. I know your capabilities very well. I am your older brother after all. I'm certain you'll achieve great things in the future." Finally, Luca spoke up. "I'm having some trouble myself. My superiors won't let me on the battlefield simply because my father is the captain." Nicholas feigned sympathy. "I know this is a matter of great concern to you. But Dot, aren't you overreacting to a single comment?" Luca sat to one side watching the two Kutozia brothers trade barbs. The conversation between Dot and Nicholas grew increasingly heated, and the family's internal conflicts became clear, like old wounds bleeding anew. But never mind. This is exactly what Khalid wants from me. As a father myself, I know Khalid is gloating inside. The intervention of Eva Kutozia diffused the conflict. After that came dinner and a small party. When the party began, Eva introduced me to everyone. "From this moment on, he is a new member of our family, Lukai Kutozia." She introduced me as Lukai because my old name was too common. It's fine. All sorts of relatives whose names I couldn't be bothered to remember came to greet me. I suppose they understood not to underestimate me after seeing my exchange with Dot. After greeting everyone and talking with Gideon, my first day with the Kutozia family came to an end, or so I thought. Luca never expected a late-night ambush like this. Khalid came looking for Luca. "I knew you'd be awake," he said. "Sorry for coming at this hour," Luca said. "I needed to act naturally while everyone was watching." Father Khalid sat himself down on the sofa in Luca's room. Seeing Khalid pour a drink, Luca said, "I didn't know you drank, sir." Khalid replied, "According to doctors and scientists, tobacco and alcohol are harmful to our nervous and endocrine systems, the very things we need for combat." He swirled the bottle. "Want a glass?" He flatly refused. "I don't want to take any unnecessary risks. My acid combat method alone is damaging enough to my health." So only Khalid sipped the wine. After drinking half a glass, he said, "I have some advice for you. Not as a captain, but as a former royal guard. If you want to survive long-term, you need something irrational and inefficient inside you. Like an impurity. It's the key to the room, or what you might call your humanity." Luca was doubtful. "Does a soldier need something like that?" Khalid immediately shot back. "The ones who say that are always the first ones to be crushed by the Legion." Luca said tentatively, "I think you're drunk, Captain." Khalid laughed out loud. "Consider it a gift. To celebrate you joining our family. At the very least, find yourself a hobby or a habit unrelated to combat. It's even better if it gets in your way." After that, Khalid said no more. He stood up, patted Luca on the shoulder, and quietly walked out the door. But it wasn't until he heard the door close that a torrent of thoughts flooded Luca's mind. It's already hard enough forging myself to be sharp. And now he wants me to carry impurities too. Does he want me to end up like Ile or Kinwan? Aberrance can cause trouble over personal feelings. Otherwise, why would the captain have said that? Sitting pensively by the blazing fireplace, I sighed, my head aching. Khaled, who entered my room with an unfamiliar impurity about him, acted in a completely opposite manner. From what I know of him, he's like any other ordinary father, one who cares for his sons even at his own expense. On my second day at the Kutozia residence, touring the family grounds was the last thing I wanted to do, especially when I was busy preparing to track Kinuan's trail in the lower Gijeo region. I was told to place my hand on the scanner here. A thick steel door opened, but of course, an armory the size of an entire building. That was an exception. I asked her, "Could you be my guide in here?" Vito said, "There's a reason I studied engineering at the academy. The women of the Kutozia family are responsible for overseeing the armory. There are things in here we can't let outsiders touch. Right now, Mother is the one in charge of the armory. One day I will inherit it." I was surprised. Getting her hands dirty working in a place like this? It's completely unlike her. Vito said, "You can't deny her skills. Mother still repairs Father's mechanical systems and weapons to this day." I became curious. Don't aristocrats usually have arranged marriages? If the relationship were to sour, it would leave this place vulnerable to interference, Vito explained. That's precisely why she is in charge of managing Father's equipment. It's a long-standing tradition in our family. It's a display of trust and virtue. As Vito was speaking, she noticed I had stopped to look at something. I was drawn to a suit of female battle armor. I see signs of adjustments made over the years. Looking at the larger right arm, it must have been equipped to handle a special kind of weapon. Vito approached. It's quite eye-catching, isn't it? This is the full-body mechanized armor Skyla. It was the personal property of the founder of Kutozia, Agatha. Although it's weaker than Mermaid, it's an antique and is considered a family heirloom. It's the only one of its kind still in existence, which makes it truly unique. Agatha Kutozia's personal full-body mechanized armor. I burned the image of Skyla into my mind as if I were taking a photograph. Later, walking with Khaled, I asked, "Captain, is it all right for the elders to live in seclusion in such a remote place?" Khaled replied, "They wish to avoid contact with others as they are retired. They deliberately refrain from interfering in family affairs. It's better for the elders to remain in an advisory role." I understood. I see. That prevents the head of the family from being manipulated by them. We're here. Before us was the Silver Chamber. Just so you know, there are 7 elders in total. It's rare for anyone to live long enough to be recognized as one of them. The very fact that they're still alive is a testament to their worth. I asked curiously, "Did any of them object to my adoption?" Khaled answered, 2 refused, 4 remained silent, and only 1 was in favor. To me, that meant most of them were against it. Khaled clarified, remaining silent means that they will abide by the will of the family head. That is why most of our decisions are passed. The refusals are primarily them voicing their concerns, so there's no need to worry. These steps are sturdier than they look. Feeling a bit apprehensive, I followed Khaled. We reached a dimly lit corridor. The 2 of us walked down the long hall at a steady pace, and when we reached the door, Khaled placed his hand on the scanner. As it opened, a cloud of smoke drifted out, shrouding the place in another layer of mystery. The elders all greeted Khaled. "Oh, Khaled, you've arrived. Address him as the head of the house. I'll call my nephew what I please." "Tch, we all get old eventually." Khaled cleared his throat with authority. He introduced his adopted son to the elders. "This child is Luca." The elders sized him up. "So that's the boy. The lad looks sharp. You can tell he's the type to survive even if it means stepping on his own parents to do it." An elder said, "Come here, Luca." I obeyed and stepped forward. The elder gestured. "Closer." Although I was a bit tense, I did as he asked and moved right in front of him. The elder reached out and caressed my cheek. "My boy, try to live a very long life. To do that, you must be willing to swallow chaos whole even if it tears your throat to shreds." I was somewhat bewildered. Was he referring to my situation? Perhaps he was even talking about things I hadn't yet fully understood. I replied to his advice, "I intend to do just that." An elder then made a hand gesture. I returned to Khaled's side. Another elder said, "Quiet. Now on to the next matter." The one who had just advised me spoke up, Shouldn't we have Luca leave first?" I was about to leave to let the adults talk, but Khaled stopped me, telling the elders, "It's fine for Luca to remain here." I wondered to myself, what is he thinking? He knows I could be in league with Kinuan, so why would he let me listen in on such an important conversation? The elder didn't seem to mind, saying, Since you've suggested it, I will proceed. After they were finished, the two of us left the silver chamber. I mulled it over for a moment, then couldn't help but ask,
Why did you discuss that matter without
telling me to leave? Halad seems to have some ulterior motive, but you won't get a straight answer from Halad. You have to find the answer yourself, Luca. And so, my last day at the family estate was drawing near. The past 3 days were completely different from what I expected, but I think I can finally leave this place. Now all I have to do is leave. But who would have thought that as soon as I opened the door, a little kid was pointing a gun right at me? My father said. People like you can dodge bullets, said the clueless child in front of me. He's Nicholas's son Emilio, a fearless brat. Luca started gently. Emilio, you know I'm your uncle, right? Emilio replied, Yes, I know, but you're just a lowly commoner with dirty blood from the lower districts. Luca remained patient. If you don't put that gun down right now, I'm going to give you a spanking. Emilio defiantly challenged, You're gonna touch me. How ridiculous. Luca was secretly annoyed. This kid, what a little moron. Emilio actually pulled the trigger, but Luca didn't need to dodge because it missed. Emilio said insolently, Why didn't you dodge? You were supposed to dodge it. Luca thought to himself, This is unacceptable. I didn't dodge because I knew it would miss. But the fact that he actually pulled the trigger, damn it. Think you can dodge it this time? But Luca had no intention of giving the little brat a second shot. He snatched the gun and kicked the kid, sending him tumbling down the stairs, even firing a shot that zipped right over his head. The kid was so scared he wet his pants. Why don't you go run and tell your daddy that I was just about to kill you? With perfect timing, Nicholas rushed out of his room shouting, Emilio, are you all right? Seeing his father, the little boy burst into tears, snot running down his face as he cried, Daddy! His loud sobs echoed through the hallway. Luca glanced over and saw several maids who had witnessed the whole thing. Nicholas, acting like a father defending his little boy, growled an order for Luca to explain himself. Faced with Nicholas's interrogation, Luca told him the plain truth. He pointed a gun at someone, so I taught him a lesson to make sure it doesn't happen again. Nicholas, feigning surprise, said, He pointed a gun at you. Nicholas turned to his son for confirmation, but Emilio just whimpered quietly, clutching his father's jacket. Acting like a weary father of a naughty child, Nicholas said, I'm sure he did. But Luca cut him off. But what? You think I can just overlook that? Someone could have died? Nicholas suggested, Why don't we go talk somewhere else, just the two of us? Luca agreed and followed Nicholas into a private room. The door closed and Nicholas showed no sign of anger or concern for his son. He calmly sat down and said, All right, Luca. Now everyone will think we're at each other's throats. That statement made it all click for Luca. You used your own son just to make sure he could have been in danger, Nicholas said coldly. It's not like I can't have more children. I can always have another son. Unimportant risks must be taken. Luca was silently disgusted by this man's attitude. Towards his own flesh and blood, he sees his own son's life as something expendable. How could Luca associate with this kind of person? I see nothing more to discuss with you. But Nicholas suddenly said, I'm well aware of your alliance with Vito. However, that child doesn't know the whole truth yet. At this rate, Zot will be the next head of the family, and if that happens, I probably won't be able to keep my life. Luca decided to give Nicholas a little more time. Keep talking, Nicholas explained. It might not be clear now, but when the selection process begins, you'll see people coming out in droves to support Zot. Once he succeeds, I'll probably be eliminated. He sees me as an obstacle. It wouldn't be a problem if I had overwhelming power like my father, but unfortunately neither Zot nor I possess such abilities. Luca offered his perspective. I agree, but Zot doesn't have what it takes to command loyalty. So why do you think he'll win? Nicholas replied. It's a complex issue. Some people desperately want an heir with a military background, while others prefer a fool they can control, unlike me, and then there are those who oppose our father. They would prefer a weaker successor. Luca started to suspect. They want a weak family head to oppose Halad. Then, does that mean that what I know about him isn't the same as how he behaves as the family head? Luca asked directly. So what do you want from me? Nicholas said. Not much, just pretend to oppose me while improving your own standing within the family. And build up support. Luca figured it out. The stronger my position becomes, the weaker Zot will get. Exactly, Nicholas said. The relatives who want an heir with a military background will easily switch their support to you. Furthermore, even those who aren't on my side will support you.
If that happens, I can become the next head when Zot's supporters are shaken. Luka silently assessed the situation. He planned all of this, in just 2 days after meeting me, and even risk his own son's life. Vito was right. You're a lot like Hollis. After saying what he needed to, Nicholas stood up. So then, Luka asked, "What if I become strong enough to be the next head of the family?" Nicholas said calmly. "If you were truly tempted by that, you wouldn't be asking me this question. Even if you did become the head, you'd still need someone like me to manage the family." Luka grinned. "How interesting. I'm not being sarcastic. Back when I was digging through trash cans, I thought nobles lived such carefree lives. Everyone has their own problems," Nicholas said flatly. "If you need anything, I'll support you with everything I've got. After all, I'm a high-ranking government official. If you want to be loyal to Vito, feel free to tell her everything." Nicholas opened the door, putting on a show of indignation. "Luka, I don't know how great you think you are, but it'll be hard for you to be recognized as a member of the Kutozia family if you look down on your own brothers." Luka was once again left alone in the room to reflect. Everyone has their own problems, huh? The airship was now automatically following its preset course. Luka and Halas were on the ship heading back to the Royal Guard Academy. Luka glanced over at Halas. Halas, though busy, noticed Luka's gaze. He asked, "Are you interested in my work?" Luka waved it off. No, it's nothing. He hasn't taken a break since we got on board." "Does he have to work this much every day?" "When I was at the Cortisolia family mansion, I tried my best to meet Hollis's expectations, but now I'm not so sure. If that's what he truly wanted from me. Halas as a father and a family head is completely different from the captain I knew. What if I missed something?" Just then a message appeared, "Virus intrusion." The airship began to deviate from its fixed course. The vehicle was reversing. Halas turned off his work screen and said, "No need to panic. The aircraft we're on has simply been attacked as planned. The terrorists will be waiting for us at the crash site. Reinforcements from Azbazan will arrive in 10 minutes, so we just need to hold out until then." Luka took the gun and asked, "Understood. Should I prepare to jump?" "No. You'll be blown away by concentrated fire if you do." "We should try to land now." "No," Hollis said. "You'll be blown away by concentrated fire if you do. We should try to land now." Is the captain skilled at hacking too? Luka wondered. I guess a man in his position really knows how to do everything. But contrary to what Luka imagined, Hollis chose a brutally effective method. The shock-absorbing gel will deploy on impact, so don't worry too much. Luka, let me ask you a question while we wait. What do you think of the current situation? You willingly became the bait. That's right. It's to ensure that Barbara gains trust within Nemesis. Brace for impact, Barbara. Luka cursed under his breath. The airship slammed into the ground. From within the smoke and fire, a piece of the ship was blown off. Thank God, I somehow survived. But even with the captain here... Can we really last for 10 minutes in this wasteland with nowhere to hide? What was he thinking? Halas stepped out, grabbed Luka's shoulder and said they saw the crash, so they'll be here any second. Hollis used his cybernetic eye, linking it to an orbital satellite. He scanned the crash site via the satellite feed and identified a hostile group running toward their position. He said, "Good thing the weather is great today." He took out a gun and aimed it straight ahead. "I've got a clear line of sight." The gun in his hand began to gather energy. It fired a long beam of energy, incinerating a strip of land in its path. This is flattening the battlefield beforehand. Luka thought, it's not that he wasn't prepared for the ambush. He made himself the bait because he could handle them all by himself. Halas told Luka, "Take notes. It's rare to see me fight." After that devastating shot, Halas muttered, "Is that all?" Only that many died. Luka, you'll be able to identify them in about 21 seconds. After saying that, Halas fired a second shot. With power equal to the first, screams echoed from the distance. Based on the screams echoing from afar and this metallic smell, they're beyond our line of sight, yet he can still hit them. How is that possible? Luka then voiced his suspicion. Are you using a satellite to locate them? Halas replied, I'm the captain after all. I have discretionary use of one military satellite. Luka learned something new today. Can one man really do something like this? Operating a military satellite requires an enormous amount of processing power. If he can do that by himself, then he's no different from a tactical weapon. Is this the power of a captain of the Royal Guard? A shot flew in from the distance. Luka dodged it with ease. When he looked back at the cloud of smoke and dust, the ambush squad had officially appeared fully armed. The one in the lead shouted, "They're here, everyone. The hounds of Katya are here. Ignore the kid and focus on the target." A sniper positioned far away took aim at the two of them. Halas laughed heartily. He said to Luka, "I'll handle the guy in the full-body power armor. You just do whatever it takes to survive." Luka complained, "Isn't giving vague orders the sign of a poor commander?" Halad told Luka, "If you want to reach new heights, you have to learn how to turn vague orders into exceptional results." With that, he braced himself. Halad charged into battle, spear in hand, shouting, "This world has far too many fools!" While firing his gun, Luka asked, "What do you mean by that, sir?" Amidst the hail of bullets and an atmosphere thick with killing intent, the two sides, their numbers drastically mismatched, charged at each other. With the first thrust of his spear, Halad claimed an enemy's life. Taking advantage of his weapon's reach, he felled several nearby foes with a single swing. He clearly didn't fear a single soul. He was taking them all on 1 against 10. Channeling his strength, he took out over 10 enemies in the blink of an eye with a single thrust of his spear. He thoroughly relished the feeling of commanding the battlefield, and Luka witnessed it all firsthand. Halad told me to watch how he fights, but the current situation is making that difficult. These guys don't even seem to care about hitting their own allies. I guess I can't underestimate these terrorists. Luka dodged, using his mechanical eye to analyze the perfect trajectory. 1 bullet, 1 gunman down. He drew his sword to parry the melee attacker just as the last enemy gunman fired. Luka threw his empty gun, focusing entirely on blocking the blade. He dodged the bullet from behind, but the melee combatant facing him dodged it too. He dodged it without even looking. No wonder they call this the terrorists' way of fighting. He can fight me without any mechanical assistance. It must be because he's using the acid combat method. Even so, we're on completely different levels. I can try something else, and seize the moment. With one hand, Luka blocked the enemy's sword. With his other hand, he exploited an opening and grabbed the enemy's arm. The moment he had him immobilized, Luka cut the man in two with a single decisive strike. He had lost his focus on the acid style. The moment I grabbed his hand, a true master would have severed their own arm right then. Luka turned pale, looking down at the mangled corpse lying in a pool of blood. He looked up stunned to see that Halad had already wiped out all the enemy forces. "It's over, right?" Hearing Luka's question, Halad glanced back. "Rich Kaiser is waiting over there," he said. "I bet he's planning on jumping in the moment I'm wounded." Luka asked, "Wouldn't it be better to set a trap and lure him in?" Halad replied, "That might let us capture him. But we wouldn't be able to destroy Nemesis, and Barbara could die. We've worked too hard to infiltrate this place. We can't let that happen. Besides, I can't let my superior's plan fall apart. In the end, I'm just a pawn to be sacrificed." Luka could hardly believe his ears. Even the captain is considered a pawn to be sacrificed. Luka couldn't help but ask, "Is anyone in the Empire irreplaceable?" "There is one person," Halad replied, standing to salute the arriving reinforcement ship. "And you know exactly who that is." Luka's lips tightened. So when it comes to protecting His Majesty, it doesn't matter how many people like me or Halad have to die. What's the point of fighting so hard to survive, if I'll always be nothing more than a useful pawn to the Empire? Back at the academy after fighting side by side with Halad. "You're Luka Kutozia, right? How'd you manage that? Come on, let us in on the secret man." "I knew the captain favored you, but to adopt you directly into his house. Is that for real?" "I understand how this must look to everyone. Some miracle helped me get ahead, but all I really want to do is just drop dead." Someone passing by bumped into Luka, making his ID card fall, but he had no desire to pick it up. "I relied on Halad because I didn't want to be considered expendable, but now I see it was all for nothing. And on top of that, I have to take on the incredibly dangerous mission of investigating Kanoan. That's right. I'll soon pay the price for joining this house. For now, I just have to do what I can." Before him stood a crowd of simulated enemies. Luka threw himself into these simulations to escape the frustrations of the real world. I underwent relentless training. Every time I pushed my body to its absolute limit, I had to get maintenance recalibrating all my mechanical parts. Each time I lost a significant amount of blood, and I also had my implants adjusted and upgraded. With my apprenticeship down to its final year, all that was left was to head to the lower districts. After that, I would finally achieve my dream of becoming an official member of the Royal Guard. What else could I do? At that moment, Luka had no idea his best friend had returned. As he walked past a Royal Guard lounge, he overheard two cadets chatting inside. "Ile, you say? Really? He never seemed like that kind of guy. He hides his ambition behind a smile. He's no idiot, that's for sure." "What's going on?" Luca asked. One of the cadets explained, "Ile crippled his own brother. Now he's the top contender to inherit the family fortune. He's supposed to be in psych eval right about now." Luca was stunned to hear the news. Ile was back after his long family leave. The sign on Ile Katika's door was dark. Luca sat at the foot of the stairs. He crippled his own brother, and now he's aiming to be the heir. The same guy who always acted like he couldn't care less about the family succession. I knew he'd never be able to forget about Liliana Monessa's death. He gave it his all in the end, but still lost everything. He really did give it his all, but he still came away empty-handed. And it was all because of my hands. All because of these hands. A familiar voice called his name. Luca looked up to see the person who had arrived. Luca couldn't hide his joy that his noble friend Ile had returned. Ile spoke first. "I appreciate you waiting. I should call you Luca now, right?" Luca said. "Of course it's Luca." Ile said, "Give me a second. Let me just put my bag down." Luca felt somewhat relieved. Seeing his friend so full of energy, the two found a secluded corner to talk. Luca said, "I'm really impressed you defeated your brother." Ile replied, "It was an official match. There were proper procedures. My brother has always been naive, so he's easily provoked." Luca asked curiously, "How did you manage to make him lose his temper?" Ile confessed to his friend, "I slept with his girlfriend. She fell for me in a heartbeat, probably because I'm better looking. I feel sorry for him." Luca was struggling to process this. He criticized, "You're a real piece of scum." Ile inquired, "And what about you? I know how a family like that operates. They would never let you in for free, especially not the Kutotsia family." With a hard-to-describe expression, Luca said, "My life has always been like walking a tightrope. Nothing's different now." Ile tried to comfort him. "Even experts make mistakes sometimes." Luca replied, "But that doesn't mean they can stop playing their games." Ile glanced at his friend, sensing there was something difficult he wasn't saying. Then he stood up and declared to his friend, "I've decided I'm not running away anymore." Luca asked, "Is it because of that woman?" Ile answered, "I want to rebuild this family."